Everyone, we are going to call our joint town council and planning commission meeting of August 23rd to order. Sarah, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
Councilmember Klobstad?
Here.
Vice Mayor Romack?
Here.
Mayor Henderson?
Here.
Planning Commissioner Riley?
Here.
Planning Commissioner, actually, I apologize, Vice Chair Charney?
Here.
And I'll note Councilmember Pallavi, Planning Commissioner Freeman, and Chair Gove as absent at this time.
Thank you, Sarah. And would everyone please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we begin tonight, we're starting with a bit of a somber tone, and I'd like to ask everyone to join me in a moment of remembrance and support for Kylie Rodney and her family. Yesterday, our law enforcement agencies, led by Nevada and Placer County Sheriff's offices, announced that Kylie's car had been recovered by a volunteer group, Adventures with Purpose. Just today, a positive ID was made. We want to acknowledge the statement that was put forward by her family and express our compassion for them during this challenging time. On behalf of the town of Truckee, we offer our deepest condolences to Kylie's family and friends. You are all in our hearts as you begin your journey of celebrating Kylie's life. As I was reflecting upon the last couple of weeks, I considered the enormous amount of resources that were put into the search for Kylie by not only our federal, state, and local agencies, but by volunteers in our community from near and far. I reflected on the community outpouring of support and love that has been shown. And I thought about Kylie's family and friends and their commitment to hope, their continued strength. I was unsure how to honor Kylie tonight and realized that truly there are no words which can express our heartfelt sympathies and sadness. As I read Kylie's family's beautifully composed statement, I realized that her family so eloquently expressed themselves that there are no better words that I can offer. I'd like to read an excerpt from that statement that Kylie's family released yesterday. While we accept this sadness cast under death's shadow, the rising sun shines light upon us, reminding us not to mourn our loss, but to celebrate Kylie's spirit and the gift that we all received in knowing her. Kylie will surely remain with us, even though we will not get her back. There are certain occasions when words fail. Perhaps this is why our human nature has given us art, dance, and music, which all are often more effective ways to connect us to each other and our rawest emotions. Kindly excuse us as we retreat and dance privately to life's song, while we celebrate our daughter's spirit and heal our souls. We all celebrate Kylie's life with her family, and I ask that you join me in a moment of silence in remembrance of Kylie now. Thank you, everyone, for joining me in that. We do have some other sad news that we're sharing this evening. As Chair Gove announced last week, one of our community leaders on the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC, has also sadly passed away. David Horan. Jenna Gatto, our planning manager, shared this with our GPAC group at the end of last week, and I'd like to share Jenna's tribute to David and her experience in working with him. It is with deep sadness that I share with you the recent passing of GPAC member David Horan. David was one of our housing advocates and an original member of the GPAC. He spent extra time on the Community Character Element Subcommittee and contributed his expertise and perspective on how we can retain our beloved mountain town character. He was also a 20-year volunteer on the town's Architectural Review Committee and an integral voice behind many successful Truckee projects. In addition to his own projects with Ryan Group Architects, David routinely provided input on some of Truckee's most prominent buildings, including Dixon Realty, High Altitude Fitness, Assumption Catholic Church, Hennis Flat Apartments, and many more. More than anything, David was a tireless advocate of creating a place, one that is authentic, vibrant, and enduring. I had the privilege of working with David the entire 16 years I've been with the town, and he made me a better planner. In fact, he made Truckee better for all of us. And while it feels a bit trite, he leaves an incredible legacy on the place we love. I know we have all experienced so many challenges in our community and lives these past several years, and that as GPAC members and participants, we've shouldered much of this personally. David believed strongly in making Truckee more resilient, and he worked hard to build resilience into our future policy framework. We have so many important decisions in front of us these next few months of 2022. I'm hoping we can honor his passion and love of Truckee as we set the path for the next 20 years. So thank you, Jenna, for the words, and our deepest sympathies to David's family during this challenging time. And again, I'm going to ask you to please join me in a moment of silence for David Horan this evening. Thank you, everyone, for joining me in that. This is a hard and emotional time, and so we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we turn to some of the other town business this evening. We'll come back at 5:16. Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to come back. I understand there's nothing on our town manager report this evening. Thank you, Jen. So we will move right past item 5.1 into our workshop items this evening. First, 6.1, we have the continued discussion of the draft 2040 general plan conservation and open space element.
Do we need to do general public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you, Sarah. You're right.
It's lovely.
I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit. Thank you, Sarah, for that. And we are going to open general public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to provide a comment on any item that is not on the agenda this evening. The podium is in the back corner over here. If you want to make a public comment, you can step up now. You have 3 minutes to make that comment. There is a timer over here. You want to make sure the red light is on that tells you the mic is on. And I was always raised not to interrupt, but if you get to 3 minutes, I will interrupt you just to make sure everyone has a chance to make their comment. And please state your name for the record.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Peter Warble, 51-year resident of Truckee, Tahoe. I am not here as a board member of Park and Rec. I'm here as an individual. Residence is 12008 Saddleback. I'm here to, and first of all, thank you for allowing me to present to you this little diatribe here. It's not a diatribe, but anyway, I would like to discuss our trails and my concern with the trails. And first of all, I'll say I love them. Something that wasn't here when I first moved here. However, I have some concerns, and I'd just like for you to know what those concerns are, and at some point, maybe they can be addressed. We've had 2 bonds that have passed regarding trails, both for maintenance and improvement and for new trails. I'm a bit concerned that the maintenance that I have seen so far on what we have existing is minimal from my perspective. You will get some photos of some huge cracks that I have been told would have been fixed this year. I sent in information last year. None of those to date have been fixed, although I see that we are now going to slurry seal all the trails. I wish that had been done in June, but I'll take it any time. Anyway, I hope somebody will look at the cracks and not just fill them with sludge, but will really do a great job of putting either sand or whatever needs to be put in there to improve them and make them rideable. At Glenshire and Northwoods, when we get on the bike trails, there are no signs and you have to cross the road. And I would think that we're all concerned about safety, and it might be appropriate that we had a sign there that said something to the effect of, please watch for bikers or bikers crossing. I'd love to see that. I know that previously we, the town, long before you, had made the developers put in trails, and there was no maintenance of those trails to the best of my knowledge. It was an oversight. They just had to put the trails in. I am hoping that at some point that there might be either a partnership with those original developers, and if not, if the town will take it upon themselves, even though it wasn't their responsibility, isn't their responsibility to repair those trails and bring them up to something that we are all very, very proud of. It's a great community. Keep it going. Thank you.
Peter, perfect timing. Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Steve Trombley. I have lived full-time in the area since 1987. I'd like to expand a little bit on what Peter discussed, mostly about the Legacy Trail, but it could apply to Trout Creek as well. A couple of things, given that there's so many people now that are using the trail, which is great, it'd be nice to put a center stripe in on those trails just to give people a reminder that they only really get half of the trail, that there's two-way traffic. Another thing, pedestrian/cycling direction signage. It would be very helpful if pedestrians could walk against the traffic that the cycling is, so they could see us coming and we can see them. Another thing I'd like to mention are e-bikes. First of all, I absolutely love the fact that we have e-bikes and that they're as popular as they are. It's great that people are getting out of the house and out of their cars and enjoying the outdoors on their bikes. It appears as though on these trails, given the speed of the e-bikes and the fact that youth are allowed to use them, that there's a lack of situational awareness. And if we could somehow address that, it would be very helpful. The other thing is very unpopular, are dog leashes. Especially off the Legacy Trail, there's a lot of really nice footpaths that go right along the river that people could use to let their dogs romp off lead. But it would be nice if we could do something to enforce a 6-foot lead while on the asphalt portion of the trails. Again, thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider those points. And I think Joe might elaborate a little further on that.
Thank you, Steve.
My name's Joe Smith, and I'm a newcomer of 15 years. And I'd like to reiterate what Peter said, is I feel so grateful to be a member of this community. We're so blessed. This is just a remarkable place to live and to help raise kids. We watch our grandsons, and we just feel like we're blessed to be here. Pretty much reiterating the same thing that Peter and Steve said, I think we all have to coexist in these trails because there's such an influx of people coming in now. The importance of everybody being mindful is critical to public safety, but with that it requires some structure. So I think certainly the signage would help. Public and safety education, I'm not sure if that's something that maybe Truckee Trails even could take on, since they've done a great job helping. The part related to the e-bikes and children, and we've actually handed out a lot of information to Sarah prior to this, is the DMV handbook basically says Class 3 bikes that children under the age of 16 are not allowed to operate those, so it's against the law. So one of the challenges I see is without there being some type of enforcement, and I know it's difficult because the Truckee Police Department already has an awful lot on their plate, but I'm just wondering, I'd pose it as a question, how do we enforce that to make sure that kids, one, are wearing helmets, because all the kids under 16 on any type of bike need to be wearing a helmet, but an e-bike that can go 28 miles an hour can create an awful lot of damage. So that's something to just think about in terms of what do you do. Maybe twice a week, a police officer on an e-bike themselves can be out there and be monitoring the situation. And other than that, I think our comments cover all of the topics we wanted to. Thank you very much for all the work you do. We're so fortunate to have you.
Thank you for your comment, Joe. Would anyone else like to step to the podium for a general public comment?
Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead and talk about trails. I was just for like 1 minute, not
No, you have 3, so take as much of that as you want.
And I pick up trash. It's okay. So I've seen a lot, and I totally agree. Keep it simple. Walk left, ride right. Put the strip down the middle, and we'll have a whole lot safer situation. I'm sorry, Bonnie Miller-Smith.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good evening, J.D. Haas, 101.5 Truckee Tall Radio. multi-business owner here. So last week I was going to give you 2 examples of some infrastructure, and our CHP building infrastructure was vital. It was vital to situations we had this week, and to create a place of operations to bring Kylie home in any manner. But I didn't get a chance to tell you about the second one. And so I've asked you already, do you want to grow old and die in Truckee? Can you afford to die in Truckee? Well, it's unfortunate the situation's gone on, but I'm going to go back to the Paradise and campfire in 2018. Very unfortunate. We all know what happened. If you don't, you can go find out for yourself. But in that March of 2019, following the Paradise Fire, we had an incredible miracle march and some of the best POW sessions in 30 years, 30 inches of blower. And some of us skied a little bit too hard, like myself. I ended up in the doctor's room at Sugar Bowl with an option to take an ambulance back to the hospital in Truckee. Or I could have taken Care Flight, but I opted for my wife to take me. So as I laid in my wife's lap in her car, driving me back to Truckee, the moment we got to town, there was no going to the hospital, people. The roads were blocked. It was 2 hours. An hour and a half into it, laying in her lap, I asked her to pull over in this alley, because the first thing they had to do was remove my boots to get to my injuries. So I asked her to pull into this alley, and I called people I knew, and they took my boots off for me in a back alley. And I waited another day till I could get to our hospital. So since then, we have created a lot of barriers for escape. I've read over the EOP, the Emergency Operation Plan, and the evacuation. You guys have to sign it. Your names aren't on it. 101.5 is part of it. I don't want to be the guy on the radio when things go bad. Barriers that have been built since then are center islands. Traffic, 3rd lanes are gone so we can evacuate. They're not there. It's gotten worse. I've spoke with different public works supervisors and different agencies, and they advise not to put those in, but it went through and put them in. So I ask you, as I leave the podium, how do you really want to die in Truckee? Because laying in my wife's lap, I could only think about the other option that day as I waited that I couldn't get to the hospital. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Would anyone else like to step up to make a general public comment this evening?
Do you want me to go?
Commissioner Tarnay, you can make your public comment from there.
Thank you. Okay, so last week was kind of momentous. I think we had a unanimous vote on looking into a policy about street trees and protected bike lanes. Delightful things. I think, yeah, definitely some stuff to look into further. But I wanted to ask if we could suggest some sort of emergency moratorium on mature tree removal near roads. And specifically what comes to mind is 3 properties that we've talked about in the past for development. So one of them is the skate park, where they're putting that in kind of near the senior center. There's a boat rental property down near Donner Lake, and then there's Pat and Ollie's, the old gas station property. So all of these have mature trees within a couple feet of the edge of road. And all of them have previously shown plans where those trees are removed in order to put in sidewalks. I would just like to say that the cheapest street tree that we can provide is one that we didn't cut down. There was definitely some concern about how much street trees would cost to plant. So that is my suggestion. I would love to see that moving forward. In a related issue, we talked about the tree preservation standards in the community character element last week. And there was a suggestion to strengthen tree preservation ordinance to protect mature significant trees. And I would just like to throw out there that perhaps we could consider mature trees or trees of 12 inches, 18 inches, or something more and more inclusive than 24 inches to be a way to strengthen that policy. Also possibly to suggest a species basis because aspens are never going to get to those diameters. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Tarnay, for those comments. Is there anyone else who would like to make a general public comment this evening? Okay. Seeing none, we will close public comment. And I think we've noted that there are no town manager reports this evening. So we will move now to 6.1, our continued discussion, because we started this during our last joint commission and council meeting. So our continued discussion of the draft 2040 general plan conservation and open space element. And Danielle, I believe you have some slides to begin with and kick us off. Thank you.
I will start off with a brief presentation, and then just for public comment also, I'll go over what the two questions that I had prepared the last time. And I did not add to them because I did spend the day going back through all of the public comment, and I feel like a lot of it will be addressed through subsequent drafts. So I just want to put that out there. But for our conservation and open space element, although we're talking about it last, it's not because it's the least important. So the general plan does not prioritize one element over the other. They're given equal footing, and there's a lot of cross-referencing that happens between all of the elements to kind of strengthen it as one solid policy document for our future. So I don't want anyone to think because we're talking about it last, it's not as important. And I think from our community's perspective, this is probably one of the more important elements that we talk about, because it is about the quality, character, and quantity of our open space. And that means a lot of different things. So it's not just about looking at what we have and preserving it. It's also about how we manage that land, how we're stewards, how we interact with it, what additional lands we would want to include in the future, and how that's used. So it's kind of multi-tiered. With the framework that we have in the conservation open space, although it's kind of under that title of conservation open space, it does include things like air quality and our water and soil resources. And I do want to acknowledge that we had Richard Anderson's comment letter, and I think it's important to raise it because it's come up by other community members as well, that those are some of the things that we can include in the next draft is how we treat our water resources. So there's some suggestions in that I think that will be easy for us to incorporate. But what else is it? So we have formalized open space that's more for active uses. We have some less formalized open spaces, and then how we define all of that. When we were working on the 2025 general plan, the difference between an active open space and passive open space was something that we struggled with because it was in the context of golf courses. That, is that active? Is that passive? Is that the type of open space that as a community we wanted to create? And at the time we said, well, we have lots of golf courses and that fits a certain need, but we also have other types of open space and resources in the community that we want to focus on that aren't just golf courses. So there was a prohibition that we put in place that's still in place for no new golf courses. But it did drive the conversation back then about what do we do with our open space, because people interact with it differently and it's accessible in different ways. So whether that's a soft surface trail that's kind of informal, or a paved trail where you can bicycle or have strollers, or something like a park where there's lots of different activities that can happen within it. So when we look at our framework within our conservation and open space element, we want to make sure that we've kind of looked at every aspect of what open space means, and that kind of fell out into these 7 different categories. So, scenic value, recreation value, things that we manage that are less kind of active. So lots of different things. Next slide, Jenna. So for the public comment, I acknowledge Richard Anderson's comment letter, but we did have some other comments specific to kind of the Truckee River and Donner Lake, and a discussion about recreation activities. So that is something I think that is new in the discussion we're having with this 2040 general plan versus the last time is kind of the overuse of some of our more popular areas. And what do we mean if it's pristine? Is that a word that we want to keep using? Does it reflect how we want to interact with our natural resources? Do we want to have areas that have sort of less human involvement and impact? Do we want to have areas that are more designated for recreation? How do we want to manage that? But then specifically looking at groundwater more closely than we didn't really talk about it in the 2025 general plan. So that would be an add that we would look at with this next draft that we'll create, which includes everything from just identifying that that's a resource more specifically to talking about the value it has to the community and all of our kind of resource systems that we have, and then looking at how we manage and protect it in the future. And then some more specifics too about talking about it in the terms of groundwater dependent ecosystems. So I think these are helpful, and I've already started working on written responses to these to create some changes in the next draft. But also, MAP raised this when we had our last meeting about transfer of development rights program. And we do have that in the land use element as a program to create a transfer of development rights. So this is something we could clean up to change the word create. Talking about management plans, is that the path that we want to do, or we don't be more explicit within the policies and actions that we have right now? I will acknowledge we can't do everything all right now, so sometimes it's good to have these future actions as work that we need to do that we can't get done right now. But then also consideration of policies that talk about, who we are, our natural environment, being authentic, recognizing that we have historic downtown, and how all of these different aspects of our community work together. That was very simple and short. And again, not to minimize the importance of this element, but I think there was a lot of good work that was done in 2025 that we were able to carry over. And so some of the things that have come out of council commission questions and public comment will be very easy for us to integrate in the next version. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, the two questions, just to reiterate those before we do public comment. So the first one was, what should the town's role be in converting neighborhoods currently on septic to sewer? And that was raised by a community member. And then also, does the draft plan provide the right balance of preservation goals for the Truckee River and Donner Lake with also providing equitable access to recreation opportunities? And that was one that was asked in the staff report.
Thank you so much, Danielle. That was a wonderful overview. So we're going to move into clarifying questions first, and then I'll come to public comment before we move into more discussion. So with that, I will start on this side of the table this evening. Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have any clarifying questions related to this particular element that you'd like to ask tonight?
Yes, Danielle, this group that Richard was signing for looked like there were about seven organizations. They submitted different versions of what they're proposing for language. Are you using the August 12th submission?
Yes, we still have the other ones cataloged, but we'll just cross-reference to the newer version, just so that we have that history.
Right,
yeah.
The August 12th one. And then, can you give me any background on the question about converting the septic to sewer? Do you know what the rationale is? I mean, there's an obvious one of protecting soils and groundwater.
That's a large one, because there is always risk that the systems could fail. But I think the commenter was also interested in the housing implications, that right now it's very difficult to add accessory dwelling units to properties with septic, that a lot of the properties in places like Prosser or Olympic Heights don't have the repair and replacement area that they need to be able to make it work. And so it's a question of the town hasn't actively been involved in these conversations, and it requires a lot of work like annexation into the district, sanitary district, but could be a different dynamic for our community if we had more of our community in general on sewer.
And this is Prosser, Lakeview, and Ole Heights. Those are the two neighborhoods.
I think Sierra Meadows. Parts of Sierra Meadows, and then we may have parts of Armstrong Tract. And then there's also Prosser Dam Road has a lot of the large acreage ones. The Meadows has, same with their large acreage properties, those are on septic. And then there's a little bit of Stony Creek Court, that whole court off of Alder is on septic. And then kind of the Alder Hill area is all on septic.
Okay.
So there's quite a few.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Councilmember Klofstad, do you have any clarifying questions?
No additional questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor Romack?
Nope.
Just following up on Councilmember Zabriskie's question, do we have a sense of, so we have roughly 13,000 residential housing units within the town. What percentage of those are on septic?
We haven't run that.
We do, but we don't have it for today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
We
mean,
did some of that work with SB 9
Okay.
and the urgency ordinance that we put in, or the emergency ordinance that we put in place back at the end of last year.
Okay.
But it's a fairly high number.
I would say at least a couple thousand if I had to just rough guess it based on, we could pull that data.
Okay. Thank you. Any clarifying questions over here? Vice Chair Tarnay.
No, I don't think so. I asked questions and I don't know if you answered them, and that's on me, so.
Okay.
I did.
I'm sure you did.
There we go. Commissioner Riley, do you have any clarifying questions?
No.
Okay, wonderful. So let's open up public comment on this particular element. Again, just podiums in the back, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak and make a comment related to this particular element. So with that, we will open it up, and you can step to the podium if you would like.
Good evening, Richard Anderson representing SOS Glenshire, MAP, the Truckee River Watershed Council, Trout Unlimited, California Trout, and California Fly Fisher Magazine. I just want to say to staff, thank you for considering our concerns regarding groundwater interactions with groundwater dependent, or the interactions of pumping with groundwater dependent ecosystems and surface waters. We look forward to reviewing what is proposed for the general plan, and if we can help at all with regard to better formulating what will be in the plan, please ask us. Anyway, that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Kathy Eccles, community member for 43 years, since Peter said how long he was here. One of my main comments today was on the groundwater-related proposal that Richard talked about, but I was happy to hear Danielle talk about how some of those things will be incorporated, so I just wanted to give my support for that. And that besides adopting that into this element, I would suggest putting an overlay on the land use element, that a lot of the land use decisions will fall under this category as well. So I think it's important. I see land use element not really jiving with a lot of the policies I've discussed in these other elements, and I'd really like to see the land use element revisited. Last week, staff said, it could be revisited, even though the EIR has been made if it is less density. So I would encourage a revisit of some of the land use decisions in light of the groundwater-related issues. On this element, also, the two key questions that I saw. One was. The first one was the general plan prioritized preservation of the Truckee River and Donner Lake over the need for equitable access to recreation activities. I believe that the plan should prioritize low-impact recreational activities rather than the commercial and business and housing, especially on Truckee River and Donner Lake. That's one of the things I would like to see revisited on the land use element, and also prioritizing the preservation goals of the sensitive biological resources, water quality, soils, and open space. Yes, I think that the general plan as proposed prioritizes growth over preservation of natural resources, and I'd like to see that looked at more carefully. I also think the open space element is rather vague. That was brought up in comments last week. You know, where are the open spaces that we want to preserve? How will they be preserved? And the decisions in the land use element, how does that jive with this element of preserving natural resources? In the beginning, when the community weighed in, and there were a lot of community members weighing in the beginning, and open space conservation of natural resources was a top priority if you go through all those surveys. And so I encourage you to make decisions in this element and the land use element that reflect these community comments. And again, thank you all for all your work. I know it's been months and months and years, and it's appreciated. Let's take the time to do it right. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you so much for your comments. Would anyone else like to make a comment on this element?
J.D. Haas, fisherman as well, and I've spoke with Anna about this before. So I fish upstream of Trout Creek, because when I go fishing, I like to eat fish. I don't have time to take pictures. I'm there to fish to eat. My first fish in the Truckee River was 1975. It was a whitefish. That's the original fish that was in this Truckee River. It's changed over the years, and so has the regulations. But I want to focus on the development part, as I've talked with Anna about this. And we specifically can look at the Coldstream area. These are two tributaries that are a key element to the Truckee River. They are basically at the headwaters of the Truckee River, and everything flows downstream. And all we have left as humans is fresh water. And once that's gone, we have nothing else. We got big problems. So that development that happened at Coldstream, right in the center of two of the tributaries that feed the headwaters of the Truckee River, I don't know what the environmental impact or what safety has been done there, but I live across the way and I see that multi times per week, and all I can think is what flows downstream. And when you ride down that road and you're going to the JP Trail, you're heading around the back, you look off to that development, and maybe the developer had built that right, but what's going on around that development? You should look outside of these developments. What's happening in their backyards? What's happening with the vehicles? And what's going to flow downstream? Because once that changes, there's nothing left. So, I'll close in this. I was South Lake Tahoe. They built their campgrounds next to their city. And then I watched Tahoe City have their campground right next to the grocery store. This is supposed to be an open, pristine place. Brad built the big house and all the development next to the campground and laughed the whole time in Tahoe City as he made his way to get that done and built more things in that town. So I ask you, what do you want your gateway to be? What do you want it to look like? When they come to Truckee to go camping, they come for open space. They come for those beautiful pictures you showed, not the cartoon pictures of Truckee, the ones we talked about last week. That's what they're coming for. And we attract the right people who will then be stewards of our land with our same ideals. So I ask you, please, especially do not develop on Donner Pass Road across from the state parks next to the highway. It's in the watershed.
Thank you, Mr. Haas.
Sorry, I eat that much.
Good evening, Town Council members and Planning Commissioners and staff. Sophia Heydrich, Advocacy Director with Mountain Area Preservation. I wasn't planning to speak on this element again since I did last week, but since the opportunity is here and you're all here, I might as well. I did want to thank staff for capturing the comments that we made last week regarding the transfer of development development rights program. Should you all choose to kind of reconsider the language that's in the plan currently and to change that language from encourage to actually create a TDR program, I just wanted to reiterate that there has to be some place for that density to go. So I thought that the comments that were made tonight about the land use element kind of driving with the conservation open space element were really appropriate, and that would need to be revisited and to look a little bit more closely about where the development or the density could go that it's not already provided for. That's all I really wanted to say tonight, but I do appreciate you capturing those comments, and I appreciate you considering these comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Any other comments this evening? Okay. Seeing none, we will close public comment on this element and move into our discussion. Danielle, can we have the 2 questions back up on the screen just for everyone's reference? Or Jenna, because Jenna's running the slides, right? Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to take these one at a time. I think we're all pretty used to our process on this at this point, and this is really the opportunity to ask more questions about this, to engage in a discussion, and to provide some feedback and direction. Of course, we're not making any decisions this evening on any of the elements. So we'll start with number 1. What should the town rules be in converting neighborhoods currently on septic to sewer? And I'm going to start over on this side with this one. So Commissioner Riley or Vice Chair Tarnay, who would like to kick us off?
We'll go first.
I feel like this is somewhat of a loaded question because my sense is it's an astronomical expense to convert from septic, to sewer. I think it's a great idea, in like the world of we could do anything we want, especially because I see it as a way to facilitate, like Danielle had mentioned, building the accessory dwelling units. That's one of my, I feel like, highest priorities for housing locals in our community, our ADUs, especially because a lot of people want they want their piece of the pie. They want something individual. They don't necessarily want to live in an apartment or a high density unit. And so my first question is just assessing what would something like that, cost, and how is that cost borne? Is it a split between the owner and the town, or are there grants? Yes, in theory, I think it's a wonderful idea, but in practice, what does that mean we can't do? Where does that money come from?
Vice Chair Tarnay.
We've looked at it for our house, and I've talked with the TSD about it, and it's prohibitively expensive. We have met with a architect and been like, where can we put an AD unit? And the answer is, you can't. So it's really expensive, and it's not just per individual, but you have to get everyone between you and the nearest connection to do it as well. So it would be great to know the numbers. How many? It sounds like it's a lot of our older neighborhoods that might be great places to have ADUs, but we might need a little more information. It's very expensive to do without any sort of, and there's not really a lot of federal grants. I've looked into state and federal grants, so there isn't a lot for that. So I don't know what the effect is on water quality and how far that travels, but I would love to see just from a housing aspect.
And just for anyone who's watching, of course, the town doesn't operate sewage collection systems. The town cannot dictate to the Truckee Sanitary District when or where or how it extends its lines. So the town doesn't actually have much of a role, although we can certainly encourage the sanitary district to do a line extension program. The way those are typically done is you do have to get a bunch of property owners together in order to make it pencil, and then you ask the sanitary district to work on that with the property owners. Sometimes they'll do some kind of assessment district so the property owners can pay over time, with the sanitary district fronting the money initially, and then there's an assessment that just gets added to the tax roll. That's a way for it to happen so that people are not having to just spend tens of thousands of dollars out of pocket up front.
That was not actually offered at all to us. And they said, oh, there's loans that you can get. It's a low interest rate loans, but it's on the individual, at least last I talked to.
Yeah, and this question is, you have staff resources and you've got general plan policies and actions. And so, over time, should there be staff resources dedicated towards conversations or helping facilitate, the interactions between property owners and the other districts? Because right now we don't acknowledge it at all in the general plan.
Thank you, Danielle. Let me turn to this side and I might come back. I see some movement, like there might be some additional comments. So let me turn over here. And thank you, Andy, for the additional context. And Vice Mayor Romack, I'll start with you, if you would.
Well, I was just curious, specifically we're talking about this in relation to ADUs. There could be other benefits too. Could it be something that is part of our ADU incentive program, where, and I don't know, just thinking off the top of my head, and that would be something where if you're trying to build an ADU, the town could do something to help facilitate this, whether it's monetary incentives or staff resources to help work through the process or something. So I don't know if that's something to put specifically in our general plan because it's more targeted to a specific incentive program, but just something to think about. Those are my general thoughts because I think it makes a lot of sense. I remember having conversations with Vice Chair Tarnay about this a few years ago, I think, when you looked into it. And we live a few blocks away and I'm on sewer and she's on septic, so it seems kind of silly that I could build an ADU right now and she couldn't. So it does make sense to, be able to provide all the same accessibility to these potential housing alternatives to all our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councilmember Klivstad.
Well, thank you, Danielle, for that offering of what we could do, because I was thinking prior to Andy's statement that I'm not sure that we do have a role in this. I too have been through that process where we looked into trying to convert and connect to sewer. And I think where the town, now that I've heard all this, where the town could play a role is in facilitating those conversations with the other property owners. Because when we looked into it, we didn't even, it was up to us to contact the other property owners, and there were 17 of them. And at that point, we're like, oh, we're not going to try and go down that road. So I think that could really facilitate movement on this, making sure that all of those property owners understand that there is the potential for a CFD that could be then become part of what gets paid off with the property, so that an individual property owner is not indentured to the entire amount, but it goes with the property. So that would make sense to me. And I like the idea of possibly connecting it with an ADU program in order to get people aware of the issue. But it's very clear to me that the town doesn't have a role in paying for it or telling the TSD that they have to provide this. We do, though, understand from our EIR that the existing treatment plant does have the capacity to not just take on what exists in Truckee now, but also full build out. So that doesn't seem to be a barrier. It's really more the coordination of all those efforts and extending that line to the houses that exist. Yeah. So I would love to see some sort of support. That would be the limit of it.
Thank you, Councilmember Klivstad. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I was curious about what impediments the town has put up against converting sewers to, septic to sewers, or to putting ADUs on property with septic. And it was 3 years ago, I think it was about 3 years ago, we did get the ordinance repealed that placed a 3-acre requirement for ADUs removed. So now it's in the lap of the Regional Water Quality Control Board, acting through the county as to whether you have the kind of conditions that would support an expansion of the septic system to handle the ADU. I feel like the town, that's as far as the town can go. And other than that, my understanding is the cost is extremely prohibitive. And I'm not sure if we'd be able to assist financially. And so I'm inclined to express support for it. I mean, we can make explicit, I think, what everybody already agrees. It kind of comes back to Commissioner Riley pointing out, yeah, it would be wonderful if we could afford it. But it's so expensive, I don't know that we can. So at the most, it'd be going back to TSD and say, you know, what are your latest numbers? Tell us, make a presentation to the town. I'd start there, make a presentation to the town on the possibility of converting, what the role of town could be. And I think it would be enough to put in the general plan, we support switching septic to sewers. That would provide us a basis to invite TSD to make the presentation.
Personally, I feel like there are so many unknowns here, right? And so this is a really, really challenging one to say, you know, yes, go forward and do this or this. I agree with Councilmember Klövstad that I think our role is really, you know, facilitating partnerships with our special district on this, just like we facilitate partnerships with some of our other special districts and work with them, for example, on the Climate Transformation Alliance, just as one example. Have we had conversations in the past or, you know, historically with TSD? Are they interested in this? I mean, it's pulling more customers into their base. I feel like
they are. I think what they're
should be interested in this.
What they don't do that we do that's different is sort of the community engagement aspect of it. So I asked this question a little bit vague just to hear kind of the dialogue, but I think that is a role that often the staff have played in helping with these harder conversations in the community, even if they're not our specific conversations. Mm-hmm. And because it does have housing implications, right, there's a different hat that the staff could wear, whether the language says support or facilitate partnerships. Because we don't have anything in the general plan right now, it would be as if we're not acknowledging that this is something that's beneficial to the community. So I raised the issue to ask that, even if it's only in that support role, do you want to have something included?
So I'm supportive of language related to, you know, partnership development and things of that nature. And I also recognize we're still being really vague with this. And that's sort of been, you know, feedback that we've all talked about and feedback we've received. So I want to be cognizant of that.
I think if I can just interrupt 1 second. If you think back to your work plan that you have, because the general plan will drive your upcoming work plans to some degree. We have a lot in our work plan right now that is very vague in terms of established partnerships. I mean, even one of your council goals is to engage in partnerships. So you understanding we can try to engage and it may not go anywhere, and I think you're all recognizing that. We can only push so far, and we bring that back for you. And you as council, or whoever's on council at the time, will have an opportunity to say, okay, we had the conversation, there's not much more we can do at this point.
I think that absolutely makes sense because we also need willing and interested partners, right? So if there is an interest in it and if there is an interest in also helping to staff it and things like that, then that's a different conversation. Vice Chair Tarnay.
I just wanted to, just a real quick point. The town staff sees the plans coming in. So our neighbors have a plan in for some sort of ADU, and I know that they are doubling their septic system. So that would be an opportunity to say, hey, you're sinking this money anyway. Does that make sense? So I don't know how you would bring that in as a role, but since you see those things, they didn't even know anything about it. They're like, oh, we're just doubling our septic system, but not realizing that they are about 4 houses, you know what I mean, from the end of the line. So
yeah, I think that goes to the previous comments about does our staff that we have right now kind of incorporate that as an additional a discussion point with someone who's doing an ADU of, hey, have you gone and talked to TSD and just gotten a sense of whether you can connect or if that's feasible for you? Because for some people who are close, you're right that the cost of an expanded septic system could be, a quarter to a third of the cost of what potentially they would pay to do that extension for the sewer line. Yeah.
Danielle, what does permitting look like for something like that when you're expanding septic?
You go to environmental health, so Nevada County Environmental Health is.
So it doesn't come to us at all?
We will often see it as part of a site plan, just so that we know that their septic is not, proposed in an area that has a structure or something like that. So they'll usually show the location of leach lines and their holding tanks on the site plan, but they have to submit it separately to the county so that the county can look at their percolation report that they have, and then they also have different setbacks and requirements, and then the sizing of it has to be based on the number of bedrooms that it has.
Do any of those permitting fees come to the town of Truckee? Because potentially that's another role if that was the case, right? Can we adjust permitting fees to help incentivize?
We don't really review it.
Okay.
So no, but I think you do have Jamie as your ADU staff support right now. And so she has lots of different conversations and everything from I'm building new to I'm converting existing space within my house. And so it sounds like there's interest in having her at least, lead the conversation and say, you might also want to contact TSD just to see if that's possible for your specific property.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And on that, since folks go to Nevada County, should we also have a conversation with Nevada County? I know there's some here about ensuring, if the environmental health sees a permit come through, to just make sure that's a touch point where they could say, have you looked into hooking up to sewer or something? I'm sure they're just kind of looking to check the boxes that it's appropriate, but maybe also that's another opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Any last comments? I think it seems like we're pretty comfortable with this. Okay. Danielle, you feel comfortable with direction? Yep. Great. So, Jenna, if you wouldn't mind just pulling our second question up for everyone here. Does the draft plan provide the right balance of preservation goals for the Truckee River and Donner Lake while also providing equitable access to recreation opportunities? I'm going to start down on this side. We have a much smaller group this evening. It's Councilmember Klofstad, would you like to kick this off for us?
This is one of those 6 of one, half dozen of another. I'm honestly not sure how to answer this because we are so vague and general intentionally.
So some of this, I think, is a question of, as you were reading the conservation open space element, did you feel like there was something that was nagging at you that was missing, or that there was sort of a focus on one thing over another thing that you didn't expect?
Okay, that's a much better question for me. Because, I kept looking for the preservation of Donner Lake and the Truckee River. And I didn't, again, it was broad descriptions and soft words like encourage and support, and whereas I don't feel like we're in a position where we're going to be restricting our recreational access, but I do strongly feel that if we don't do a better job protecting Donner Lake and the Truckee River, we will not have recreation on those. So I definitely feel that way, and I think my questions to staff ahead of time leaned in that direction. And so that, I would say I'm less than satisfied in this in the protection than I am in the protection of the resources rather than protection of access. I don't think we have to protect that. I think it's going to happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Klofstad. Councilmember Zabriskie.
What's the scope of the Donner Lake Stewardship Committee?
Becky represents on the town, and she's with us tonight, so maybe she can speak that, and you're going to hear a presentation about that on the 13th as well.
Excuse me?
We're going to have a presentation on September 13th.
Yes. But Becky is here tonight, and she can speak to what they've been chatting about.
Okay.
Go ahead, Becky.
Just in general, the group of stakeholders has met and talked about different areas of stewardship over Donner Lake. There's been the State of the Donner Lake analysis, which has really looked at kind of what the current conditions are and looks at things like, invasive species, but also algae and dissolved oxygen and more kind of the technical side. But there's been a discussion of recreational things that Councilmember Closed just mentioned, like the recreational impacts, erosion, and just sort of a big picture. And so of all the different impacts or potential impacts in areas for us to partner on stewardship. So the plan right now, there's some draft action elements or actions being developed by the group. And then hopefully we'll be able to present kind of to the council in an upcoming meeting sort of where we're at. And long term, there would be sort of a hope that maybe there would be a partnership with all the groups involved to sort of sign off on an MOU.
And knowing that this was going on is why we set up the CIP in order to be able to support those recommendations.
Okay, so on this, for me, the narrow question, because I do have some other topics related I'd like to discuss. My impression overall of this element is it has a lot of great terms in it, and maybe I'm reading too much into the generalities. I'm reading it broadly because that's the way I would be happiest to read it. I'm assuming this encompasses a carrying capacity kind of analysis, looking at recreation in terms of what is sustainable.
I don't think so.
If that's the greatest impact. Yeah.
You mean in terms of this is our maximum capacity for boats or people on Donner Lake?
To avoid degrading the natural environment.
Oh.
Yes.
I would argue that we exceed that already, so.
Okay. And right now, maybe staff can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm reading this element as directing us to look at that. I'm seeing both under the open space preservation criteria, the biological surveys, and the management plan for the Truckee River and Donner Lake. I'm reading these all as being directed as restoring a more pristine environment than what we have now. If this doesn't contemplate that, I'm fine putting language in that explicitly does.
Yeah, I mean, there is vague language and there are future actions, and so I think that's the question of, are you okay with the language as it's proposed, knowing that there'll be future actions, or do you want more specifics that are more directive as part of those actions? I mean, carrying capacity isn't called out.
Okay, I'd be fine putting carrying capacity in there in some fashion. What struck me was as many of these policies and action items were in the 2025 plan. And if they said midterm in that plan, they still say midterm in this plan. So for me, the bigger issue is implementation, not whether we have the policies in place. That's it
Thank
for
you.
now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Roack.
So, yeah, thinking about that, I know in the economic development section there, I just pulled it up, there were actions related to sustainable management of tourism, management of tourist attractions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I know then in the climate action plan, it directly referenced some of the mobility elements. Could or should these kind of reference each other if we want to talk? I mean, I guess the economic development, this is more looking at it from an economic standpoint, and we're talking about it more from a ecological standpoint, but I do see how they kind of tie together in what you were just saying. So I don't know if maybe there's a way that we talk about them or just make similar ones, because this one, it says management of tourist attractions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Maybe it should be management of tourist attractions to reduce GHG and impacts to the environment, or something to broaden it. I don't know, just a thought, because also I know a lot of the different sections do kind of cross-reference each other, and maybe just tying that in more where it makes sense or they fit together. And it's ED3.A and ED3.B. And then, sorry, now bringing in economic development, maybe it's we call out specifically in those, it says does not overburden local resources and infrastructure. Maybe it should be does not overburden local resources, including the Truckee River and Donner Lake. Just a thought.
Anything else?
That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Over to this side, Commissioner Riley.
Well, I think the conversation from the council kind of stimulated some thoughts in my mind, in addition to some notes that I had put, so things might be a little bit all over the place when I comment. But to answer the question, I say no, absolutely not. The vague language, the fact that, just to tie into what Jan referenced, the existing plan, we're playing off the same playbook. And if, the COVID shutdown was any indication of our ability to manage the influx of people, it was a failure. Our beautiful resources were just trashed, literally. And so I look at that as like, okay, that was really bad, and that's just, in the last couple of years, we're pushing the envelope on growth and development, kind of adding some fuel to the fire, so to speak, as well as continuing to reference kind of Lindsay's point on the economic element, which I made some notes on that. From our economic standpoint, we want to keep giving money to get people here, because we don't seem to recognize they're already here. They're going to keep coming. We don't have to promote it. We don't need to keep paying, to promote tourism. Maybe we want to focus more on how do we protect our resources? How do we limit the visitorship? How do we really kind of, put the money where our mouth is in terms of wanting to keep things pristine, or maybe it's not pristine, but not getting worse than it is today. And I believe that is fundamentally tied to very strong language, not the shoulds, the woulds, the coulds. It's the we will, we will enforce this, we will represent this, we will fund this, and so that I feel like there has to be some type of a mechanism to enact that. Maybe it's like kind of referencing back to these concepts of trigger, not with respect to trigger zoning in terms of development, but like trigger actions in terms of, oh, we've noticed the impacts, maybe it's even now, like look at Donner Lake. I've had people tell me they've never seen so many people on Donner Lake with the boats, the jet skis, the paddle boards. When do we say is enough is enough? How do we start to put the brakes on it and really be realistic about that? And I think this plan is where that has to happen. I don't think it's going to happen with vague language. I do have a note about the carrying capacity analysis. This is something I've been asking for since the very beginning of this process. It's really hard to kind of create these strong policies and actions when we don't really have this baseline. We don't really know what is enough, when enough is enough. And I think that's beholden upon us to identify that, because otherwise, and again, everyone kind of has their own perspective of what does that mean. And I think it would be very important to answer that question. What is the carrying capacity, specifically with regards to Donner Lake and the Truckee River? Because once it's gone, it's gone. I know that was, I know I had a lot to say, but I have
we're
a
here.
ton of notes on that I brought from last week with regards to this element. I won't share them right now, but I could, in terms of more strength and more specificity.
I think in general, we've all kind of talked about that across a lot of the elements. So I think it's a really good reminder.
Agreed. And it's all, like you said,
They're all
and I
tied.
think Lindsay referenced, it's all interrelated. Like, I can't look at any of this in a vacuum. I can't look at one element on its own. To me, this is all speaking the same language, and if we're not all on the same page with regards to our goals, actions, policies, et cetera, it's a waste of time, and it's not gonna hold any water.
So maybe just to clarify so that we're all under the same understanding of what's going to happen once this is adopted. If you look at action COS 2-A, which is on page 7-14, I think Danielle can tap me if she's thinking something different, but I think what we're hearing is we could add language in there that speaks to carrying capacity of some form, because that's really what action, it seems like, would best fit what we're hearing you all say. That then gets incorporated into the work plan at some point for council and comes back as a discussion item as to what that action looks like and what staff's role is going to be. So, because I think we visited this in maybe the land use conversation or when we were talking about defining certain terms. Well, we can define some. Some of the specificity I think you want is going to come through the action item when it comes back to council. So we need to find that balance of what we can live with that we feel like is moving forward, understanding we're probably never getting to the level of specificity in this, because that's the future action discussion item.
And I think that's a really good point, right? Like we're developing sort of our big picture goals. We're not getting down to, what are the metrics to actually make sure we're executing on all of those goals, right? So like we're not saying, we're saying expand open space. Okay, by how much? Or, is it by acreage? Is it by, we're not getting to that specificity here. And I agree, there's a balance. I want enough specificity though so that we can hold ourselves accountable.
And it creates the opportunity for additional conversation.
Absolutely.
So we don't have some of the businesses in the room that would probably want to be part of this conversation. So I think this is, talking about kind of big picture, what we want to include in the next draft, and then also making sure that the actions reflect the work that we want to do once we're done with the general plan update.
Can I mention on cause 2.A, including the Visit Truckee Tahoe group, because I think they would intervene, for lack of another verb. They would certainly want to involve themselves in this discussion, and given their effort to provide sustainable recreation, with the only question being, what does that really mean? At least philosophically, I believe they're completely aligned with this and actually see it as an economic imperative.
So we do say other agencies, but you're asking explicitly to pull out VTT as we do with Rivershed or Watershed Council and TDRPD.
I guess are they an agency?
Community partners.
Community partners.
Well, partners. Yeah. I just saw agencies. I didn't.
Yeah.
I do have one other comment, if I may.
Sure. I want to make sure I get to Vice Chair Tarnay as well.
Feel free.
Okay.
I need to go back and hear the question again. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
It's all been very interesting.
Jenna, I know you're taking notes. I'm sorry. I keep asking you to put it back up.
Okay.
And we've sort of shifted a little bit from this, which, is the intent of this. We want to make sure we're covering all of our bases.
Yeah, that's really hard. I agree. I don't think the draft plan sort of outlines any balance between preservation and equitable access. There's no definition there of where that center line would be. So I'm not sure that it's provided in there. Oh, it's gone again. I have to say I agree with Vice Chair Romack, is that right? No, Vice
Mayor.
Mayor Romack, sorry.
Call me Lindsay.
I agree with Lindsay that sustainable tourism is the first thing that came to mind. But then it gets hard because we lived in Yosemite for a while, and sustainable tourism there means permitting. It means you restrict the number of people that have access to something. Is that equitable? Like, there's no easy answers, so that's all I got.
Okay. Returning back to Councilmember Klofstad.
Yeah, I have two more things. One is, based on this discussion, it's clear to me that when we are creating that next task list and prioritizing it, that's where we're going to see these things come to life. You're absolutely right. In looking at many of these, they say midterm. So then it's upon us to prioritize them. So that's one thing. The other thing is specifically COS 2.5, also on 7-14 that Jen was talking about, the public access to the Truckee River and Donner Lake. And it talks about improve and protect public access to the Truckee River and Donner Lake. And that was in the original general plan. And what I would love to see is an action that talks about the off-road parking adjacent to these resources that I think are one of the most significant impacts to these resources. And I don't know the answer because I don't necessarily want to pave those areas, but the unrestricted off-road parking right adjacent to these natural resources is not sustainable.
One more thought, and Vice Chair Tarnay, you hit on something that I was thinking about the more we were talking is we do still have to be equitable. And so these conversations of carrying capacity, I do start to hear fees, permitting, and then are we going against COS 2.5, improving and protecting public access? So I was thinking maybe in that add the word equitable in it, like protect equitable public access to the Truckee River or something to that effect, so that way we're still providing opportunities for people to access these things with, because if it's $20 to be able to get to the beach, is that what we want to do? That's not equitable. So just something to think about as we're going down this path of carrying capacity.
Well, then I would say we would have to add the word sustainable in there too, then. Because if we just make it equitable, then we're allowing it open to everyone, and that's not sustainable.
So maybe, I would improve and protect equitable and sustainable public access.
But can't use sustainable more than twice in a sentence.
Right.
So I think what you're struggling with is something similar to what you could be struggling with in terms of budgets as well. Like, you have to pick your prioritizations because you're not going to get completely equitable and completely sustainable 100% across the board.
I think you're right, and I think what I've generally heard, and Councilmember Klofstad, I think, said it really well in your opening remarks on this, that, preserving these natural resources is absolutely paramount. I feel like I'm hearing that across the board. Tell me if I'm interpreting wrong in any way. And the recreational opportunities will come. They'll follow it, right? And so if I go back to this question, what I'm hearing is let's make sure that balance is really tipped towards preservation. Yes. I think I have some other comments over here. Commissioner Riley and Commissioner Tarnay, I think you both have comments.
So my sense in kind of listening to this conversation is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Plenty of places have created sustainable and equitable systems of opportunity where they do limit the visitorship. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it's a lottery system. It all opens up at 6 a.m. on January 1st or whatever. I'm not saying we want to go there now, but I will say I do think we may get there, and I believe we should be prepared for that, and we should be understanding what, like I mentioned earlier, what that trigger is. What is that point of, oh, shit, we really got to do something. I mean, and I think for a lot of people it's now. I mean, I kind of think it is now, but I know we're not going to have that conversation at this point, but it is back to the, let's be realistic. I know Alexis, when she was here last week, reiterated being realistic. I totally echo that. And having the hard conversations and being willing to make tough decisions and use the language that's going to be enforceable and not vague and weak.
And Vice Chair Tornay?
Great, thank you. I just want to throw two things in there. One thing, when you say it opens at 6 a.m. January 1st, unfortunately, that precludes anybody who doesn't have internet access. So, but there are ways to do it, because then you have walk-in ability and stuff like that. So there is ways to address it.
I appreciate that. I mean, maybe that would be something we address. We could go down that road.
There's equitable ways too.
Yeah.
And then also, you had said earlier, carrying capacity for resources, which I think is great. And I would like to point out that there's a difference between carrying capacity for people bringing their personal automobile and carrying capacity for people arriving by public transit. Does that make sense? And so by eliminating that personal automobile impact that Anna was talking about, the off-road parking, we might buy ourselves a little bit more capacity for just individuals. Does that make sense? So I want to throw that in there and plug for more public transit and less cars.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tornay. Any final comments?
You got it.
Okay. Danielle, do you feel comfortable?
I do, and we have one last slide, Jenna, if you could throw that one. Final thoughts. So we did say last time that we didn't get to kind of have like a summary of all three elements, because that was part of the discussion. So I just wanted to remind us that we had talked about community character and economic development, and you have not kind of closed out that discussion.
I think we provided a fair bit of direction last time. It was a lengthy conversation, and I think a very good conversation with a lot of detail in it. But in the absence of sort of revisiting the entire conversation, was there anything burning that you came away with that saying, I still need to say this? There's, on either of the elements. We don't need to take this one at a time. On this side.
Well, I still had things on the open space.
Okay. Do you want to why don't we wrap up open space?
Yeah. Excuse me. Three things. One is I saw hints of our talking about policies and the preservation of open space reaching beyond the town boundaries, essentially trying to protect the watershed beyond our town boundaries. Does staff feel this explicitly here, or would we need to add language when we're talking about protecting open space? I think 7.2 might be an example.
So 7.2 about implementation of best management practices, protecting surface water and groundwater resources.
I guess that's because I was talking about the whole water, at least I read it as talking about the whole watershed. The maybe 6.1 and talking about preservation of forest land. Can we? It says within and adjacent to the town are preserved to the extent feasible. Can we say the maximum extent feasible? And would this apply to, can we have it apply to the entire watershed? Or our planning area, which is essentially the same?
I think if that's something that you want to change, then yeah, we could include that.
Great, do it. I know it takes full council. All right.
Apply to our entire forest land or watershed, or both?
Oh, both. For me, it's just the same.
And the change there being maximum extent.
Yeah, and explicitly within the watershed or planning area, they're the
Okay.
same.
Okay, all right, that helped, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, on this topic,
Yeah, well, on this element,
oh, I'm not done on it.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
okay.
moving on to another
Yeah,
topic.
great, good.
Okay, this is one Nikki will enjoy, I'm sure. In here, we do talk about views. I forget exactly where, but it's a reference to preserving views as part of the environmental preservation. And it goes back to view sheds and what we mean by it. And the existing plan protects view sheds along I-80 and 89 North, and it talks about particular views to Castle Peak, to Mount Rose, to the Donner summit, the Donner Hill, and to the Truckee River. And what we're seeing in the general plan is protect views of the forest as a requirement. And even MAP in their August letter said, well, 3-story buildings should be allowed if we're protecting the views, sort of. They can be allowed for protecting views of the forest. What I would like to see is, rather than having a mandate to protect views of the forest, we investigate what is an appropriate view shed, exactly what should be protected in a way that doesn't conflict with our other town goals. And it's a crossover between open space and providing workforce housing, essentially. At least that's the way I view it.
In competition with each other.
Yeah, I'm just trying to minimize the competition, but I think it requires a study. It's going to be tricky, but I kind of go along with what the planning chairman Dave Gove said about looking at the angle of incidence on a particular project and decide how much forest you're going to serve. But it comes back, I guess, to objective design standards. Let me put it that way. We should have objective design standards for view sheds.
So are you talking project specific, that we should state that there needs to be a view shed analysis for the project? Because how do you really do that analysis on a general plan scale is what I'm trying to understand.
I would kick it to staff to develop a proposed code.
So this overlaps actually with the community character element and some of the public comment that was raised. And I was just going through that this morning again, because one of the commenters had asked, well, you have these scenic corridors identified, which really are along roadways, but then you have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, there's like 7 kind of view sheds that are shown with an arrow.
Right.
But there's really nothing other than recognizing that on a map that we would pull up the map and say, yeah, you're in a view shed, but there isn't anything to say what happens if you're in that view shed. So, so that was on our radar already of something to look at. And I think having an action to kind of go along the lines of looking at possible objective design standards makes some sense for that. I think what we thought would be challenging is to change, something on here to a scenic corridor from something that's currently identified as a scenic view, just because it's just a simple line on a map. And so unless each of those is actually mapped with some specifics, at a general plan level, it's too detailed. But I think through a process of looking at objective design standards, we can consider what that might look like.
And it could help reduce development costs and processing time.
Yeah, I mean, predictability is one of the things developers want to see most. Yeah.
And the last thing was reforestation. And I mean reforestation in the sense of looking at the sagebrush scrub we have, the antelope brush and sagebrush, and determining whether we should be supporting the planting of conifers in those areas. And what prompted that interest on my part, and what I'd like to find out what other people's views are, is when staff was thinking about rezoning that northeast corner of 267 and Brockway as industrial, and MAP pounded their fist on the table and said how hard they had worked to make that open space. I think some of the support for making that industrial was the people who thought it was that natural look was unappealing. It wasn't pretty. And so my thought is, well, I would like it to be open space, but let's plant conifers there to kind of offset all the trees we cut down. That's going to be my last spiel for the whole night.
Okay. And
I did have a thought.
Go ahead.
And your comments now, just also bringing up forestry resources, goal COS-6. It almost, the theme of it and then most of the things sound almost kind of outdated in that we're not talking about managing healthy forests. We're talking about protecting and restoring areas previously used for timber harvesting to improve forest health, recreational, scenic, and biological values. It does say forest health, but I feel like it's a lot of opposition to timber harvesting and restoring, whereas I feel like...
Where's the put the wildfire back?
Exactly, like something like, and reading them, they're all elements from the 2025 general plan. So if there should be language with some of them, managed healthy forests to prevent wildfire or things like that, so that way we're not just saying we're opposed to cutting down trees, because I feel like the way it reads kind of sounds like that.
Good observation.
Excellent.
Commissioner Riley.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to further some thoughts on that didn't get said with regards to this element, kind of tying into what Jan had begun. Including, he had brought this up at a past meeting, kind of referencing our planning area and sphere of influence. I would encourage us to include that language in the goal COS-1, the open space preservation, preserve existing open space in Truckee, as well as the sphere of influence and planning area or something like that. It increased the amount of open space under permanent protection, trying to emphasize our interest in reducing sprawl and focusing our development in our core. There was a public comment about Upper McIver and the development proposed on Upper McIver, and that's a sensitive area, sensitive receptors. I've spoken quite a lot about this. I have a lot of written comments. Some I have yet to submit. And I echo the commenters' sentiment that putting seniors, really putting anyone on that location is really counter to not just this element, but health and safety and good planning and environmental justice, and the list goes on and on and on. We shouldn't be putting anyone along the highway, and that ties into there was a policy to change the scenic corridor in certain areas to allow certain uses. I felt like that was a somewhat underhanded way to say Upper McIver should be allowed despite it being part of our scenic corridor. I'm not concerned really that we would be reducing the ability to put housing at our schools. I think there was a concern mentioned in the plan about that, or the staff report. I feel like the schools are pretty set off of the highway. But that was something I wanted to draw attention to. And then I did want to kind of add on, there's comments about the workforce housing and the view shed and stuff, and I know I keep coming back to Donner Pass Road, steep slope, carve it in. Maybe we'd get some workforce housing, maybe we'd get 15%, we're not sure, because we can't, say we can't want locals housing because that's illegal. And then additionally, it's part of the hospital's master plan area. So I think back to the let's be realistic as we talk about these goals and policies and land use intentions. Will we really get workforce housing on Donner Pass Road, or is it going to be part of the hospital? You know, it is designated hospital master plan, so it's really tied into their uses. And I haven't heard them talking about really workforce housing. It's more hospital related services. So again, you know, do we want to cut off our nose to spite our face? Like, we're going to cut, you know, if we could create strong language now about protecting our hillsides, which some of us do feel represents our view shed, before it's too late. Knowing what are we going to get in return, I think is important.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me borrow that.
Okay. So, one thing I'm going to say is that in relation to what Mr. Zabriskie said, planting conifers at the open space near the airport was definitely something that I had suggested and sent in an email at one point, and thank you for hearing me. I feel very heard. I would say working with the Forest Service about our forest, I just want to throw out there that the Forest Service considers any land with 10% canopy coverage to be qualified as forest. So almost everywhere here is. So just keep that in mind. I wanted to throw out the one thing that I strongly disagreed, and this is gonna, this is a touchy subject that JD brought up earlier today, but on page 29, it was COS 8.9. Actually, it's not 29. I think it's 27 on here or something. COS 8.9, reduction in traffic-related tailpipe emissions. It says continue to improve congestion and traffic flow during peak travel times, special events, and snowy conditions to reduce tailpipe emissions from idling vehicles. And I think you've all heard me enough that the science is showing that doesn't happen. If you increase your capacity, then you get what's called induced demand, and so then you get more people using it. If taking your car is the only way to get there, or is the easiest way to get there, you will get more people taking their car. And so unfortunately, if we increase that capacity to try and take care of emergency traffic or special event traffic, you get that traffic all the time, and it actually makes your traffic worse. And then you have just as much congestion, but twice as many lanes. So I think we need to take this policy out. This is old science. This is that's not how you reduce emissions from idling vehicles. You reduce emissions from vehicles by getting people to use less vehicles. So I strongly disagree with that policy. I understand where it's coming from, but it doesn't work out that way. The science just doesn't show that it does. So I think that was all my strong disagreement. And you had addressed my other ones. Thank you.
Okay. Well, yep. Good. Okay. I think we've had an opportunity to provide a lot of feedback on this one, Danielle. And of course, this isn't the last time for feedback. We can continue, and any member of the public can continue to submit comments. Staff is responding to every single public comment that is received. So please know that we'll be going through all of those, and staff is putting together responses to them. And of course, this will come back, the revised version, for us to look at again. Danielle, do you have any outstanding questions that you feel like you need to ask this body tonight? Nope? Okay. Okay, so we sort of did start to get into our two elements from last time. So last time we talked at length on the community character element and the economic development element. We talked about a whole host of things related to signage, related to the view sheds, which we've revisited a little bit this evening. We talked about, abandoned, dilapidated buildings and sort of, from an economic development perspective, if and how do we revitalize those types of projects. We talked about design consistency. Of course, we talked about the tree streetscape plan and protected and buffered bike lanes. So I'm just kind of trying to jog our memories because we covered a lot of ground last week, and see if anyone has any outstanding comments they'd like to add related to any of those elements.
Want to be cautious because these weren't agendized, so we can't have too much discussion about
It was only outstanding comments, right?
They did continue the discussion at the last meeting, only to close out.
Yeah, just on the agenda, we just referenced open space and EIR specific, so pretty limited feedback on these two.
Okay.
From a Brown Act perspective.
You can't see me, but I'm nodding.
Yes.
So limited feedback as in we should not discuss these at all, or everyone can,
Not in depth, because
everyone gets one bullet point.
Sure, and I will point out that that the staff is encouraging all council and commission members to reach out to staff directly to meet and discuss comments that you have.
Okay. So a final bullet point, if you will. Commissioner Riley.
So I have a comment, and it kind of encapsulates everything. It could just be part of tonight. It is part of tonight's stuff. We have a very clear missing population in this process. Our Spanish-speaking population, Latinx population have been totally not present. I know there have been some efforts. I think it's pretty minimal. Our last general plan update, we had an interpreter, we had full rooms, overflow. There was a real sense, a better sense of inclusion. It's not lost on me that this population is not at the table and not being encouraged. And I know this has always been something that we have worked on, but I just don't think we're trying hard enough. And I don't see Spanish materials, I don't see Spanish media, I don't see Spanish billboards. And kind of, you referenced, I appreciated what you had said in terms of kind of the access and equity, et cetera. It's, that's real, and it's not unnoticed, and I recognize we're fairly long down the road and late in the game, but if there's anything we can do to try to be more inclusive, it would be wonderful.
Thank you, Commissioner Riley. Yeah. Vice Chair Tarnay.
Can I pass for now?
Yes, but we're then going to be moving on to the EIR. So do you want me to come back to you? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Councilmember Zabriskie, any bullet point thought?
I just want to follow up on Commissioner Riley. I think we had 3 written comments last week and 5 written comments this week, or I have them reversed. We didn't see anything. We saw something very brief from the Contractors Association, nothing from the Sierra Business Council, nothing from the Downtown Merchants Association. I can't remember, Visit Truckee Tahoe may have submitted something minor. We had a few public comments. Richard Anderson spoke twice. J.D. Haas spoke more than once. And it's just been a dearth of public participation. I'm trying to think who from the GPAC commented, other than Alexis on behalf of MAP. There's just been no public input, and I don't think it's for lack of notice. These are organizations that follow what the council does, but they didn't appear. So I found that very disappointing, because I really rely on these organizations to help formulate my thinking. Other than that, Danielle, I'm wondering, the closer we get to September 27th, the less attention staff, as a practical matter, is going to be able to pay attention to comments. Do you have a date in mind where you think there's going to be a diminishing return for the commenter in terms of being heard?
I mean, as far as the written responses, our goal is to try and have those prepared so that you can have them for the meeting on the 27th. So having those out a couple weeks ahead of time. So in the next couple of weeks is our target. But there's quite a few questions that we're going through. And as we go through them, we're also changing policy language. So it's twofold. It's not just responding, but it's saying, oh, and by the way, your comment is triggering this change. And so this is going into another document that we're creating. I think, though, what I'm seeing is that the comments are slowing down. We may get to a point where we just aren't able to respond to all of them. But I think if you've submitted comments so far, those will be responded to in writing.
So get them in as quick as you can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Klostad.
No, my only closing thought on all of this is thank you to everybody that did participate. I've read every single comment, and when staff has responded to them, I've read those. It's very educational. I think the only thing we could really reinforce is it's still not too late. You can still read each and every element and comment on them, and we welcome that. And I really appreciate staff's dedication to answering those questions. I look forward to getting this in service to the community.
Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo a lot of the comments. I will bring up too, I think staff has done a great job of trying to do a lot of different outreach methods and appreciate that. And I would encourage staff to continue to do those. I know we had sandwich boards out previously, and those are no longer out. And that you triggered Commissioner Riley, putting that in Spanish. And maybe I know there were some issues with those being out, but I think, again, that hits people who don't follow us on social media or who don't sign up for email updates. So in this last stretch of opportunity for public comment, just make sure we're doing everything that we can. So thank you to staff.
Yeah, I think incredibly good points, and I think there's a lot of consensus around those. And as we get to the end, we don't want to diminish our efforts. We want to ramp them up. Okay, with that, we are at the conclusion of our discussion related to the elements. We are going to discuss the EIR next. We're almost to our normal 7 o'clock break time, so I'm going to call a 10-minute recess, and then we're going to come back and discuss the draft EIR.
I didn't actually get to talk, but I'm good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't come back.
It's all right.
Vice Chair Tarnay, did you have any closing thought you wanted to share? And I apologize for not returning to you.
Yeah, I don't have a lot. I think I've said a lot, but I just want to say my sympathies with everybody. Not only is there a dearth of public comment, there's a dearth of planning commissioners today. This is a very long and exhausting process, and thanks everybody for sticking it out, and I'm exhausted. I don't know if you are. That's it.
But we're going to power through. We'll have a 10-minute break. Maybe you can recaffeinate yourself, and we'll be ready to go. So I have 6:57, so we'll come back at 7 after. Thank you, everyone. Conversation this evening, and we are moving on to the draft environmental impact report. And we apologize to the public. We took a few extra minutes there, so thank you for being patient and bearing with us. So with that, as always, we'll start with our staff presentation, and Jenna, I will turn it right to you.
Thank you, Mayor Henderson. Good evening. So I'm going to hop right into this. I know it's been a long night. I know we've been doing this for a couple months in a row. And unfortunately, we are kind of ending with probably the least exciting part of this entire process, otherwise known as the Draft Environmental Impact Report. I'll be calling it EIR throughout the night. I hope that's okay. And we'll actually be throwing out a lot of acronyms, so I will do my best to explain those as we move through the presentation. What we're going to do tonight is talk through really what the EIR process looks like. For many of you, either up at the dais or in the room, you may not have actually gone through an EIR, and for that, if you're lucky if you haven't had to. And then I'm going to talk through the findings that have been made by Ascent Environmental, so that's the general plan consultant, that are actually in the draft EIR. And then there'll be an opportunity if there are any questions, really just on process tonight. I may not have covered something in my presentation, so if you have questions about what the next couple of months look like for the CEQA document, we'll take this tonight. We're not going to take questions on specific questions related to how were the greenhouse gas emissions calculated, that type of stuff. We don't have Ascent here tonight. They wouldn't be able to necessarily answer all your questions anyway. And any questions that you do have, we want to be certain that we get them correct. We understand them and we answer them correctly. So if you do have questions, we're certainly encouraging you to set up meetings with us so we can kind of understand what your questions are and organize them so that Ascent can answer them in the future. And then, as always, there's an opportunity for the three of you in the room. If you'd like to make comment tonight, you'll be able to do that as well. Okay, so I'm going to talk through timeline very quickly because I know everyone is pretty aware of this timeline. We started the EIR and the general plan back in November of 2018. We, in February of 2019, published what's called the Existing Conditions Report. That really sets kind of the baseline for the project description in both the general plan and, more importantly, in the EIR. And then several years later, we all know we went through a pause. We had COVID. We had a lot going on. We were working on the general plan itself. In March of this year, we released the Notice of Preparation. That's a very critical step in the world of CEQA that basically announces to the world that we've got a draft environmental impact report on its way. It invites public comment on the content of that EIR, and then the consultant disappears for several months, and then later in the year, we released the draft EIR, so that happened earlier this month. And what that then kicks off is a 45-day public comment period that's required by CEQA. And at that point, we accept all public comments on the document, sort of the adequacy of the EIR, what's good, what's missing, what needs to be fixed, etc. And then we release a final EIR, which includes all of the responses to the public comments that we received. And then you go through a process called EIR certification, and that happens concurrently with adoption of the general plan. So really both processes move forward. You'll be seeing the EIR again in the future, later in the fall, and then at the same time you'll be going through the general plan adoption. So what I'm doing tonight, some of you have more knowledge of CEQA than others, so I'm doing kind of a cursory overview. This is very fast. CEQA is very complex, very nuanced. If you have any questions about what we're doing in the next couple of months, please feel free to reach out and I'll sit down and walk through the minutia of CEQA. I'm just going to try to go along the surface. So there's a fundamental reason we have CEQA, and that is to disclose environmental impacts to our community. So anytime a project is proposed, CEQA requires that you disclose those impacts. Not that you necessarily eliminate them. You are required to try to minimize and avoid them to the maximum extent feasible, but CEQA doesn't actually state that you have to get rid of those impacts. There's a process that you can go through as a community to even accept significant impacts, and I'll be talking about that in a minute. So That's really the sole purpose of the environmental document, and that's why there's so much emphasis on accepting public comment. There's different timeframes to do so, and there's a very laborious process to respond to every single comment that is submitted during that 45-day window. So again, the whole purpose of CEQA is to disclose. And again, what does the EIR do beyond just disclosure? It evaluates impacts of a very specific set of environmental resources within the document itself. And in this case, we're looking at both the general plan update and the downtown Truckee plan. So that used to be called the downtown specific plan. It's got a new name, and we're calling everything Truckee 2040. You will also hear me say just general plan, and I'm including downtown Truckee plan when I talk through that. It also creates mitigation measures, and I'm going to talk in a little bit about what's unique in our general plan EIR that we've never done in the history of the town of Truckee. It also allows you to what's called override impacts, and what that means is if you have what's called a significant and unavoidable impact to a resource, and we'll be talking through a bunch of those later tonight, the town council, who's the decision-making body for an EIR, can override those impacts. What it means is you're essentially accepting those impacts, you understand them, you've disclosed them, and you have elected to accept that impact in light of other reasons that you deem important to the community. And again, I'll talk through that in a minute. And then lastly, there is a monitoring plan that gets put in place when you adopt an EIR, and that's really the mechanism by which we are beholden to implement those mitigation measures that were articulated in the EIR. Again, we're going to talk through a little bit different approach tonight. Our mitigation and monitoring plan is the general plan itself. And I'm going to drive that point home a couple times tonight because, again, that is something different than we've not done before. What you see on the right side of my screen is getting really into the minutia of CEQA, and I'm not going to spend a ton of time on that. But what we're doing tonight is talking about what's called a programmatic EIR. So those are typically done when you have a general plan or some kind of a specific plan. They're very different than a project level EIR. So if we had a 400 unit subdivision that was proposed based on a designation in the general plan, that would be a project level EIR. You would see visual simulations of the homes and the buildings. You would see very precise calculations of vehicle miles traveled associated with that 400 unit subdivision. We're not doing that for the general plan because we don't have that level, we don't have project level detail. What we have is programmatic level detail, and the EIR has been based on that plan. What happens with a programmatic EIR is all the beautiful parts of CEQA, and I know there are very few, things like streamlining. So when you have an adopted general plan EIR, you can have subsequent projects that tier or streamline off of the work that's already been done. So what that means is there may not be things you need to analyze in that project level EIR because you've already analyzed it at a programmatic level. So again, that's probably all I'll talk about. If you want to talk more about streamlining and tiering, I'm happy to do so, but probably no one does. Okay, then what you see here is the 20 different, what I'm calling resource areas that are mandated by the state of California for us to analyze. So what you will see in painstaking detail is a very robust document that addresses each of these resource areas. I'm not going to go through all of them. They're here. You've probably already been introduced to them if you've cracked open the EIR. And then it's also important to understand what the organization of the EIR looks like. And it truly is, it's 582 pages, so it's pretty beefy. Plus there's this great thing called appendices. And appendices are tacked onto the text of the EIR. And those are think of those as the technical documents. They are the documents that the consultant in the town relies on in creating the EIR and the conclusions that are in the EIR itself. So what you see here is, and virtually all EIRs look the same. You've got an introduction, an executive summary. So if there is nothing else that you read on our draft EIR, the one thing you should definitely read, and my staff report plagiarizes the executive summary, is that basically summarizes all of the findings within each of the 20 different resource sections, and it it includes a cumulative analysis and a final conclusion, such that you can understand at the end of the day, what is the decision I'm making and what is the environmental conclusion for each different resource. You've also got a project description, and I'll talk about that in my next slide. And then chapter 4 is where most of the document lies. That is the environmental setting, the impacts, and then all of the required mitigation measures. So that's where you see the analysis of all the different 20 resources. Then you've got things called cumulative impacts and alternatives. These are also required in SEQA, and I'll be talking about that in a couple minutes. And then you've got sort of what we call other SEQA sections. It's things like gross inducing impacts, significant and unavoidable impacts, which I'll talk through. And then you've got, who prepared this document, and then all the references that they've cited. So I'm literally going to talk through one slide on our EIR project description. And so the first thing I'll say is this by no means is our EIR project description. It is many, many pages. You have all spent the last several months going over all the different elements. I think you probably hopefully have a pretty good understanding of what we are proposing in our general plan, and then what is being analyzed in the EIR. Why I want to focus on this slide is this actually does somewhat synthesize the growth and capacity that is being contemplated in the 2040 general plan. And what I want to pay particular attention to, and I'm going to reinforce it, is you've heard over the last several weeks within public comment, both verbal and written, different capacity numbers. And what I want to articulate is what is actually proposed in the 2040 plan is vastly different than some of the numbers that you've been presented. The numbers that you've heard recently are the 2025 general plan plus the 2040 general plan. What's actually contemplated in the 2040 general plan is this bottom line here, and I don't know if everyone can read it, so I'll go through it. We have 794 new residential units that would result from changes that are currently being contemplated by your council and commission in the year 2040. So over the course of what's supposed to be 20 years, we're now looking at 18 technically, is 794 new units. Commercial square footage, so these are things like retail and whatnot, 20,000 square feet of retail. For office, so that's sort of a subset of a commercial use, but we've counted it because office is sort of a unique commercial need. We're contemplating 7,000 square feet of commercial.
Sorry, and that 7,000 is part of the 20,000?
That is separate. So if you wanted to look at your entire commercial growth or capacity, you're looking at 27,000 square feet. So just by comparison, grocery outlet would be considered a commercial use. Grocery outlet, the singular grocery store, is about 16,800 square feet. So one single grocery store would have almost taken up all that we're contemplating in our next general plan.
So and that's the net increase over the existing.
Yes, exactly. And I'm going to talk through that in just a second. And then your industrial square footage is 26,000 square feet. So again, net new capacity for industrial uses in the town in the 2040 general plan is 26,000 square feet. So I want to be sure that everyone understands that, because you've heard some really big numbers lately. Those big numbers are still allowed capacity under our existing general plan. So if we decide in the fall to not adopt the 2040 general plan, or we go with EIR alternative number 1, and I'll talk through that, we still have all of the capacity that is provided for under our 2025 general plan. And so those are the numbers that go ahead.
You can finish, but I have a question.
So those are the numbers that you've heard, the 891,000 of commercial square feet, the 390,000 square feet of office. Those are existing, I'll say approved capacity numbers, and they're approved in the sense that our general plan has already provided for that. And as we are all well aware, under recent state housing law, it is very, very difficult to walk back the roughly 6,000 residential units that we have in the town of Truckee. And I would argue that walking back commercial, sort of non-residential capacity can also be pretty challenging and would require a lot of discussion, I'll just say that, and potential litigation and whatnot. So not to say that we can't change our current general plan, but I just want to articulate so that everyone is clear, the capacity that is proposed under the 2040 general plan is this bottom line: 794 units, 20,000 square feet of commercial, 7,000 square feet of office, and 26,000 square feet of industrial. Any questions on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm confused, and maybe you can help me understand this. The 2025 general plan development capacity under acreage says 3,192 acres. The 2040 development capacity has the same number, and yet we removed acreage from Truckee Springs and Canyon Springs, which are in excess of probably 300, almost close to 400.
There's still allowable uses that happen within all of our zone districts, so it gets included in the overall capacity, though arguably certain designations like resource and open space have very limited development capacity associated with them. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. It would have a, right, I guess because development would still encompass resource conservation, or not even, because this stuff wouldn't have development, but
right.
I guess protected open space.
You could have trails, you could have a campground.
Right.
I mean, it depends on how the open space is protected, but
okay, I appreciate that.
There's still some limited development that can.
It's still counted as acreage in the town.
Right.
Thank you.
What kind is it? What type of development is it counted in? Is it under commercial, office, or industrial?
I would say these are just focusing on the primary changes that we've made. When we've, say, redesignated Eastern Glenshire, that would be a reduction in overall capacity from what was previously allowed under the 2025. Yeah. Go ahead, Mayor.
I guess my question is, so the table in the staff report noted that the residential units doesn't include anything like ADU build out,
correct,
SB9 lot splits, or density bonuses.
Correct. We don't have, I mean, we could give the council and commission a maximum, we could look at all properties in the town of Truckee, whether they're residential or non-residential, and we could come up with sort of I'll call it a worst case scenario, and look at all eligible properties for SB9, and then all eligible properties for ADUs, which, as we discussed earlier, it's sometimes hard to determine if you're on a septic system. And then we could look at all properties that are eligible for density bonus, and look at the, again, worst case scenario of density bonus, which would be 100%, I'm just saying worst case because that's the highest unit count, 100% affordable housing project. And we could do that math. The problem with it is it's probably wildly inaccurate, and we're not certain it would really help your decision-making abilities. That being said, the state has vastly changed the housing landscape, and there are more opportunities to do ADUs, more opportunities to do SB9, and density bonus in the last even 2 years has been radically changed, such that we're seeing substantially more interest in density bonus than we have in the past. We could also potentially do some moderate estimates of that, but again, it's almost feeling like you're throwing a dart, because we don't really know how those three pieces will come together, but we acknowledge that it doesn't include that.
So even excluding that, then we're saying that the Truckee 2040 build out at 19,318 units. So that's only a 794 increase over the current general plan, but our current build out is only 13,500 units. So we're still talking about adding what could be nearly 6,000 housing units, which could be a lot more with all of the density bonuses and things like that.
Yes. And that capacity, as I said, is already there today. If we were to do nothing later this year, we still have that capacity pretty much wired into Truckee's future.
Because
won't get into the good or bad of that.
General plan, and that's like, we can't wind any of that back.
It is very difficult at this point in California land use law to wind back much, if any, of that.
So I'm hearing there's little that we could even do then, even if we said, okay, we want to just stick with 2025 general plan build out on residential, not add those additional 794 units between 25 and 2040 general plan. That's literally all that we can influence on the residential side in terms of build out. Is that correct?
For the most part, yeah. Andy, do you want to chime in? Am I?
Nope, Jenna's got it exactly right. It's really, really hard to put the genie back in the bottle at this point.
So, I mean, take-home message, the new growth that we're contemplating, I will just opine very briefly, is actually quite small, especially in the context of a 20-year-ish lifespan of a general plan. I mean, the 794 units breaks down to 39.5 units a year over that lifespan. So, just something to think about.
Is that over the 18 years? Or
it's over 20. I think I did
like
this.
44.
Yeah, I think I did the math a while ago when it wasn't 18 years. Anyway, here we are. Okay. So again, this does not at all represent our entire project description. It's just something I wanted everyone to kind of understand the numbers that we're contemplating in terms of making a decision on 2040 and kind of what's already built into our 2025 general plan. Okay, so I talk a little bit about this in the staff report and something that we're doing that's pretty different than what we've done in the past. If you have been through the rail yard EIR or the Coldstream EIR or any of our prior EIRs, you probably saw a long, very extensive list of mitigation measures that are required, that are imposed on the project. You're not seeing that in the EIR, and this is a pretty radical departure. What we have done, and I should say assent when I say we, is we have crafted the general plan in such a way that we think it is addressing the mitigation that would normally be included in an environmental document. So it's really trying to make mitigation a forethought rather than an afterthought. So our general plan, in theory, is more aggressive from a resource protection standpoint than it normally would be, because what would normally happen is your project would get changed as a result of your EIR. What we're doing is we've identified the areas that have impacts, and we have crafted policies that are aimed at addressing those impacts. So what we heard tonight is kind of a consensus on, wow, we need, stronger environmental protection for some of our resources. So what we will be looking at is not the EIR mitigation measure, but what is the policy that is required to be imposed in the future, over the next 18 to 20 years.
And I will point out that this is, it's a newer approach under CEQA, but it's one that we crafted and developed hand in hand with our CEQA outside counsel. This is not something where a consultant is just leading us down a path that we don't think is feasible or tenable. We think this works. My very best CEQA lawyer who I've ever worked with is the one working with us on this, and she has said this is valid.
So the short story, and one of the nice things for the planners that get to implement the general plan, is we won't have this cumbersome mitigation monitoring reporting program that in 15 years people forget about. Oh gosh, there's this mitigation measure that I was supposed to impose, and oh my gosh, we forgot. Instead, we have our general plan, which is our Bible, right? Danielle, it's our Bible. And that includes everything, all the mandates that are required of our future projects. That includes town projects, right? Public works projects, engineering projects, and private development projects. It's all in one document, and they are mandates. They're mandates because they're a policy, and they're tied to an environmental impact. So I don't know if that makes sense to everybody. I'm going to reiterate this a lot because we know that we will get comments that say, you have no mitigation measures. That's completely inadequate. And so we're going to have to really continue to explain that we don't. They're actually policies rather than a mitigation.
Jenna, are they called out?
In
particular policies that are self-mitigate. We have so many policies that are non-mandatory.
Right.
Encourage, promote.
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
So,
there is different language in the general plan around mandates rather than aspirational type language.
All right. Thank you.
Is there is. I've been raising my. Are we just calling? No, I could call out, but I just wonder if we have a protocol or we just.
So normally we get through the staff presentation
and then
we go to questions.
Yeah. Sure. I'm happy to accommodate either.
I raised my hand real fast. You just
I didn't see it. I just saw you.
Okay, you want to hold
call out.
questions?
I think we should, just for the sake of you getting through the presentation, particularly for the publics here, who is here, who wants to make comments after we get through this.
Okay.
So, but I appreciate the questions, so just jot them down.
So I talked through this a little bit earlier. We're starting with a draft EIR. So that's the public draft that is all, in front of you. It's on our website. It's out there. And what happens is once that draft is released, you have 45 days, and we'll be talking through the 45 days because there was a request last week, as you may recall, to extend that. Typically, it's 45 days, and that is the invitation for anyone who cares about the EIR to submit comment. And then we turn that around and we create what's called the final EIR, and that has all of the response to comments from the consultant and staff, plus the draft EIR. That's what constitutes your final. And then at that point, we move into certification, and that's basically the council certifying that it meets all the requirements of CEQA. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into that before we get to that point. This is a very, very brief generalization of how this process works. And then I'm going to talk very briefly about something called the Statement of Overriding Considerations. And I alluded to that earlier. So that is a process where the state of California allows an agency to essentially override an environmental impact. And you have to go through a very elaborate and sometimes painful process to get to that point where you create the record behind your decision making and why you are saying that there is a reason that that impact, that we will accept that impact because there's other reasons, whether they're, have it at the bottom, economic, social, technological, or other project benefits. So again, benefit being the key word there, that you are able to make that decision. So again, there's a whole process to go through, and we do have, this happens when you have significant and unavoidable impacts, and I will be walking you all through in somewhat painstaking detail those different impacts at the next slide. And so if we choose to accept those significant and unavoidable impacts, we will have to go through a statement of overriding considerations to address each of those. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to run through the findings of the EIR for the different 20 resource sections. I will just say this is by no means an exhaustive review of the findings of the EIR. That would be much too painful and long for tonight. And this is a very, very condensed plagiarism of the EIR. So again, if you have specific questions, feel free to set up an appointment with us. We can zoom in with our environmental consultant because they're the technical experts on this document. I am certainly not. But again, what I'm going to run through are essentially the impact, the conclusion of environmental impact, and then the analysis and sort of what is happening within the general plan and the EIR. So hopping right in, aesthetics is our first topic. And as you probably saw in the staff report, you will see a table that has every single checklist item. There's an environmental checklist that you go through when you're preparing an environmental document. And 3 out of the 4 questions that checklist asks, we have what's called LTS, less than significant. So anything that is less than significant doesn't require a mandatory mitigation measure. There might be a impact, but it doesn't trigger a threshold. And again, I'm getting a little into the weeds. And you don't need to necessarily mitigate it. However, there might still be an impact. There might still be additional trips on a highway or a roadway, but it doesn't trigger a critical threshold. It doesn't put you over that such that you might need to do an intersection improvement or transit or something like that. So we didn't have any impacts in 3 out of the 4. However, we have the significant and unavoidable impact under degradation of our existing visual character. And this is one that we've spent a lot of time talking about in the past several years. And really what the conclusion is that even though we have a lot of policies in our general plan, some that are aspirational, some that are required, we still can't get there no matter what we do. And again, the key word is feasible. I think we all know the word feasible, right? There is nothing feasible that we can do beyond what's already in our general plan to get us to a less than significant impact. And so we're doing things like residential objective design standards. Those are underway today. We should have them in the near future in front of both decision-making bodies. We've got policies related to visually sensitive areas that Councilmember Zabriskie mentioned, existing night sky policies to reduce the impact on our night sky. We've got a lot of policy already in there, and it's in multiple sections of our EIR, I should say elements. However, the EIR concludes that no matter what we're doing, we're still not getting to that less than significant. And a lot of this, in large part, and I'm just going to say it, is due to state housing policies like density bonus. We talked last week about potential six stories on buildings. If developers come in with certain types of projects, our hands are largely tied. And won't get into the why. I think we all know there's good and bad to all of that. But this particular impact statement is really recognizing that with respect to our housing, we really do not have a lot of local control. And really one of the only ways we can is through the residential objective design standards that are underway. So we also recognize that the densities that are now allowed by right through a multitude of state laws really allow an increased density. And for many folks in Truckee, that is a change to our visual character, a change to the DNA of Truckee. And again, some people don't mind increased density, increased heights. Some people do. So we are basically acknowledging that that is a significant and unavoidable change in the future. Agriculture and forestry resources, I won't spend a ton of time on this. There's 2 checklist questions. Both of those are less than significant, so thereby no mitigation is necessary. The EIR kind of cites that we have ordinances already in place related to tree preservation. The general plan would require us to coordinate with CAL FIRE when they're proposing timber harvesting plans. We heard some feedback tonight on this. There are residential buffers that are proposed, recognizing that there could be impacts on residential communities that are adjacent to forested areas, likely outside of the town of Truckee. And then lastly, we don't have any true agriculture. We don't have designated agricultural land, so there wasn't a significant impact there. Air quality. So this is one for many of you that have followed land use in Truckee. Our 2025 general plan has a significant and unavoidable impact. We did a statement of overriding considerations for air quality in 2006. So this has long been an issue where we have had environmental impacts. 4 out of the 5 related to air quality are such. And this really gets at construction and operation emissions. It's impacted by what are called sensitive receptors. That's a terrible CEQA term. That really means people. It means hospitals, daycares, etc., that are impacted by what TAC, which is toxic air contaminants. That's diesel emissions and odors. And then again, similar to our last section, or similar to aesthetics, we have a lot already in the general plan to address this area of impact. And it's still not enough to get us to a less than significant. And in large part because our region is what's called non-attainment. It means that we're not in compliance with either state and or federal air emission thresholds. So in some ways, everything that's happening around us in Truckee is contributing to this impact already. So again, if we didn't do much with our general plan, we would likely still be in this same finding. There's also some new policies that are mandates, including more efficient engines on construction equipment that would be required, and then something called a health risk assessment. That's a new, relatively new aspect of planning where if you've got high levels of toxic air contaminants or TACs, then you need to do what's called a health risk assessment to kind of understand what that impact could be on, again, the sensitive receptors that are nearby. And then, like I said before, the by right housing laws that the state now has in place are really creating a challenge because For the most part, like we said, we are required to approve new housing, and sometimes in areas where we would have had greater control over the location of housing, we no longer have that. And so then what we've got are air impacts that are happening as a result of that housing that we're not really able to mitigate. And in particular, you have both construction and then obviously for the life of the project, you've got all the impacts that happen as a result of people living their lives in housing. Biological resources, so 4 out of the 5 resource areas or questions in the checklist are less than significant. We did have one that the EIR concludes is significant and unavoidable, and that really relates to the notion of the general plan interfering with what's called wildlife movement and or wildlife corridors due to habitat fragmentation and a few other things. And again, similar, you'll hear me say this a lot, we still have a lot in our general plan, but we just can't get there. There's too many uncertainties involved with future project level projects, or project level development, I should say, that we don't know at the programmatic general plan level. So we can't without question say that there may not be an impact that would interfere with some kind of a wildlife movement.
Just really quickly, it's actually just labeled as significant here, not significant and unavoidable.
I'm looking at the overall conclusions in the table.
I'm looking at the table too.
Does that not?
Impact 4.4-4.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, I'm just on our staff report.
4.4-4, significance after mitigation is significant and unavoidable. So at the top of page 13 in the staff report is significant and unavoidable.
What? Oh, over there. Okay, because I was looking at significance before mitigation. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Keep going? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
There was another one that had the SU in that column, I thought. Okay, is there a difference between those?
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm moving on.
Keep going?
Yep,
Let's
go ahead.
keep going.
Okay.
But if there's a place where it looks off, Commissioner Tarnay, please mark it.
I'm sorry, that was my misunderstanding.
So what the EIR acknowledges, and I think we're all well aware, there is, in the world of biological resources, there are layers upon layers of regulations that are in place to protect biological resources. Federal, state, local, and all of these work pretty darn well. We already have a pretty high baseline of environmental protection. But that being said, due to the uncertainties with respect to future project level development, we cannot conclusively state that there wouldn't be an environmental impact in this area. So we have concluded, therefore, that no matter what we do, there may still be something in the future that the EIR and the general plan would not address. Very similar to the last discussion, cultural resources, it's almost verbatim. Most of our resource areas are less than significant. We are able to address them. But again, kind of that bigger picture, uncertainty related to known or unknown cultural resources, there could be an impact down the road that isn't addressed within the context of our framework. So we're doing the best we can with what we know today. We've got a high number, I would say a lot of different policies targeted toward cultural and historic resources, but there's just not more we can do, especially with unknown sites. That even though we've got a pretty significant, I would say, library of cultural studies that are typically confidential, where we don't release those details, there could still be something that we stumble upon on a project, and there are provisions in place to protect those resources, but they may not do enough. That's that conclusion. Okay, energy. This is a relatively new section of CEQA. There's 2 checklist questions. Both are less than significant. So this is an area where, as I mentioned earlier, there may be impacts, but they're not significant. They're less than significant. We may still have increased energy consumption, but it's not inefficient. It's not wasteful. We have the cap in place to try to get at that issue, that we are trying to be more efficient, use less energy, be more mindful of the way we're powering our community. But that being said, any project that happens, whether it's a private or a public one, will have both construction and operational energy consumption associated with it. So again, this analysis basically relies on the thinking in the CAP, which is really to improve energy efficiency, along with a lot of other things, but that's one of the main focuses. Geology and soil, I won't spend much time here. All the impacts are less than significant. You can really thank the California Building Code and the Town Development Code for this. We have long had policies and regulations in place to address things like earthquakes, landslides, et cetera, seismic issues. So there's not a lot here, though there's a lot of different checklist items because there's a lot of things that can happen in the world of geology and soils. And between the state and the local level, it is pretty dialed in. Now, obviously, this doesn't relate to, a catastrophic wildfire that like what Santa Barbara County experienced several years ago, catastrophic wildfire, couple months in between, horrendous flooding, rain, huge mudslides. That is not necessarily what this is. There are certainly things that the California Building Code will not address, that, buildings can be knocked off their foundations, et cetera. So this is more the day-to-day geology, if that helps. I probably just butchered that, but anyway. Greenhouse gas emissions, another relatively recent change to the exciting world of CEQA. And here, flat out, significant and unavoidable changes, in part because climate change and greenhouse gas emissions are a global issue, not just regional. So we are feeling the effects of a global issue on Truckee. That being said, obviously, we are very focused on trying to do our part on this issue. Where we're seeing impacts is really from uncertainty in 2040, 2045, 2050, and where our technologies will be at that time. So what the EIR concludes is we are okay in kind of our nearer term targets, 2030, et cetera. We are less clear on our later targets. We also recognize that carbon neutrality, which is a state goal, at this point in time is challenging, but obviously the state is making steps toward getting there. So that's kind of the analysis in the greenhouse gas emissions section. Again, I'm consolidating the findings. There's pages and pages of discussion on this very topic. Hazards and hazardous materials, kind of like geology and soils. It's a little bit of a nothing burger, but in part because there are lots of layers of regulations on both hazards and hazardous materials. Oops, carbon neutrality, challenging, ignore that. That's a copy paste error. The one exception in this section that is not a nothing burger is wildfire. And that's always been in this section. However, now, as you'll see later in my presentation, we actually have an entire section on wildfire. I'm not sure why there's two. Anyway, that is a significant and unavoidable impact, and I'll be talking about that in a bit. It really relates to our classification, and I'm just going to say high fire area. There's a technical term, and I'll use that later. It's a little quicker to say high fire area. It's actually very high fire. While we do have a ton of policies in the new general plan with respect to wildfire, including in land use, in our climate action plan, and our safety and noise element, there is, essentially nothing more we can do that's feasible to reduce that impact in light of our classification within a very high fire hazard severity zone. So, and then coupled with the programmatic nature of the document, meaning it's not evaluating project level details like how many evacuation plans do you have, how many roads are accessing your property, et cetera. That's not at that level. So the EIR essentially concludes that it's significant and unavoidable, that risk is. Hydrology and water quality, again, I won't spend a ton of time here, kind of like kind of like geology and hazards. Lots of regulations are in place to address, drainage, erosion, groundwater supply, though we talked tonight about bolstering our general plan on that issue, and then water quality. There's federal laws, there's state laws, and then our development code, along with the requirements from the Haunton, which is our water quality control board. There is a lot in place to address both hydrology and water quality. So, and then again, we have a continuation of our floodplain management practices that are in our code. All of those work to ensure that we're not reaching that significant and unavoidable level. Land use is an interesting topic only because we're contemplating a land use plan. So this is a little bit different. Where land use is focused on is things like dividing established communities and displacing people and creating incompatibilities in a project. So what you're seeing here is kind of this high-level analysis where the EIR looks at sort of the intent of the general plan, which is to, focus our growth, determine where we are expanding, if we are, where are our planned communities, where do we want to direct our infrastructure. So the EIR concludes that there are less than significant impacts because we're really working to have a solid land use plan in place and minimize incompatible land uses. So again, a little bit of a nothing burger, but that's largely because we're contemplating a land use plan. Mineral resources, not a lot of emphasis here. There's a singular resource area that gets evaluated, and it really looks at, are you protecting your designated resources? We do have some in the town, and, is the general plan providing protection for those? We believe there is already that in place. And then also looking at ways to, if we have new or expanded mineral resource uses, making sure that there's language to kind of prevent incompatible uses, because that obviously can happen with certain types of mineral resource extraction. Noise, I'll spend a little bit of time on noise. We've got a number of significant and unavoidable impacts here. It really relates to both temporary and permanent uses of things happening in the town that are noisy. You've also got a question about creating sensitive uses next to railroad noises, which we have, as we are all well aware, a railroad that runs through our town. So you're going to have significant and unavoidable impacts as a result, really, of just proximity to the railroad. We don't have jurisdiction over the railroad, so there's some things that we're not able to necessarily control. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of state laws have really pulled back our ability to determine where housing should be and shouldn't be. It's pretty much allowed anywhere your general plan allows it now. So, to some degree, some of these issues, I would say, have decreased in importance, I guess, in terms of looking at them from an environmental standpoint. Population and housing, both of these are less than significant. This kind of is similar to land use. We're not looking at inducing substantial population that's unplanned. We're actually planning where we want our growth to go. We're trying to understand the numbers of people that would be planned for. We're not looking at displacing folks. There's state law in place now that you actually can't really do that. If a project is redeveloped, say there was some housing and someone comes in to redevelop that, there's procedures both at the state level, federal level, and local level to ensure that those folks are not permanently displaced. So that's really what population housing gets at. Public services and recreation, I'll just say not much here, less than significant. And really, this conclusion is because there's state law and general plan policies that essentially require services to be maintained or expanded as development is occurring. So there's things like the Quimby Act, which I won't get into, but basically you have to increase your parks when you have increased population. So there's already a pretty good network in place to ensure that these stay in line with one another. Transportation is I guess if you're a transportation geek, is kind of exciting because we have VMT now in the world of CEQA, vehicle miles traveled. And for the most part, we've done a pretty good job addressing our transportation impacts. And that's because we have a fairly robust mobility element that is specifically targeted at that. Where we are falling short is in the world of VMT, vehicle miles traveled. They're still increasing. It's uncertain if we will meet our, targeted threshold of kind of that 85% of an average project. We may get there, we may not. We really don't have enough information at this point to conclusively say we will. So we have, again, a significant and unavoidable here. We also have some pretty beefed up VMT requirements that are both in our mobility and our CAP elements. In particular, we're looking at doing monitoring so we understand, are our policies working or not? If they're not, what do we need to do? And then really figuring out if we're not there, how do we, what are the actions that need to be taken to get us to a threshold that'll get us to some of our other goals like climate action. Tribal cultural resources. This is another relatively new section of CEQA. It's similar to the findings of our cultural resources. We're significant and unavoidable, again, because of kind of the future uncertainty of project level details and recognizing that we may come upon unknown resources that could be impacted. So, same conclusion as what we've heard a couple other times. That being said, there is a very high level of federal, state, and local protection in place for tribal cultural resources. We've heard from some of our tribes. They've made some, I would characterize some minor suggestions on code language that could kind of beef up our policies, but in general, we have a pretty good process in place to ensure that these resources are not impacted. I'm almost done. Utilities and service systems, not going to spend a lot of time. It's kind of like recreation and public services. We have state laws, local laws, et cetera, to keep everything kind of moving in pace with one another as best we can. Last, but certainly not least, I think CEQA did this to us on purpose, is wildfire. And probably no surprise, 3 out of our 4 areas are significant and unavoidable. And it's predominantly because of the very high fire hazard severity zone that is almost all of Truckee. We have a few pockets that aren't, but much of it is. And there are conclusions related to that, even though we have put in a very high level of policy framework to address wildfire, whereas our last general plan kind of had about this much, even though we're still at risk from a wildfire, it's probably not a surprise to anybody in this room. So I'm going to spend about a minute talking about the alternatives. I know it's getting late. Alternatives are required by CEQA, and they are required so that you're not just looking at the impacts of the project being the 2040 general plan. You have to look at other alternatives, one that's called a no project. So I mentioned this earlier. What happens if you don't do that project? What are the impacts? And in this case, that's the 2025 general plan, because we already have that as our baseline policy document. Then we've created 3 unique alternatives. One is we're calling infill development, and I'm not going to get into the details, it's in your staff report, but that's basically looking at more density in particular infill areas within the town of Truckee. Alternative 3 is what we're calling reduced development in focus areas, otherwise known as the mountain area preservation alternative. So at the close of the notice of preparation, MAP submitted their idea for an alternative, and we took some extra dollars and put it toward creating an alternative analysis of their particular alternative. So that's number 3. And then alternative 4 is called the advanced greenhouse gas reduction. So basically being more aggressive at trying to achieve our GHG and climate change thresholds and targets. Those are the 4 that are in the plan. There is a fairly robust discussion in the staff report on this, and your homework assignment is to find the environmentally superior alternative in the general plan itself. And I'm not going to tell you what the answer is. It's on the screen, so you have a 25% chance of getting it correct. Environmentally superior alternative is sort of what is the best one from a CEQA standpoint? What is most environmentally superior? It's one of these four. I am not going to talk in great length about cumulative impacts, other than to say that the 7 or 8 that you see here have significant and unavoidable cumulative impacts. So what cumulative impacts look at is what is the 2040 general plan plus everything that is happening in the region. So what's happening in Placer, what's happening in Nevada County, what's happening with visitorship, sort of everything plus the general plan. And as is no surprise, because I just ran through all of these are the ones that remain significant and unavoidable based on our plan plus regional impacts. Okay, I'm almost done, I promise. So last two things, how to submit public comment. If there's anything we want to underscore tonight, you have an opportunity, everyone in the public, everyone at this dais has an opportunity to submit public comment. You have until September 23rd at 5 p.m. That's a Friday. And you can send them directly to me. You can email them to me at my email, or you can send written comment in the mail if you'd like to. You can use the link on our Laserfiche link if you want to do it that way. Any of those are fine. And then your council may want to discuss a request that came in last week to consider, rather than a 45-day public comment period, extending that to 60 days. Don't know if you'd like to do that tonight, but I'm sort of including that from last week's discussion. Okay, taking it home. So what's the take-home message? And this is everything I can present to you in one slide. So on the left, you've got the general plan. So things to think about the general plan as you proceed through the 582-page document. Self-mitigating general plan. So we talked through that. That's the notion that we don't have mitigation measures in the EIR. They're policies in our general plan. I talked through the capacity numbers raised during public comment over the last couple months. Those capacity numbers that you're hearing are the existing 2025 general plan plus the proposed draft, potentially approved later this year, 2040 general plan. And again, those capacity numbers for the 2040 are 794 new residential units, 20,000 square feet of commercial, 7,000 square feet of office, and 26,000 square feet of industrial. What's not included here are the SB9 ADU density bonus housing units, and then 393 lodging units that are already allowed in our 2025 general plan. So again, this is a 2040 only. And then last thing I will say, you've heard this before, those industrial numbers were likely running a deficit for that. We have a study that identifies that we need 11 more acres of industrial, and in all likelihood, we're not going to get that 11-acre need within that 26,000 square feet of industrial. So also just something to think about in the general plan. And then draft EIR, again, no mitigation measures. A lot of our conclusion kind of acknowledge the existing regional conditions of living in the Truckee-Tahoe region. I talked through a little bit about some of the changes that we're seeing in CEQA as a result of state law. None of the density bonus, the ADUs, the SB9s, none of those are even looked at in CEQA. It's all essentially invisible. So what we're now seeing is looking at that and the changes that come with that. How do we address that in the context of a general plan? Because we know that those units are going to be out there. We want those units. So it's sort of an interesting time to be in the CEQA world right now. Again, I'll just say comments are due September 23rd, and then if you'd like to access the documents, go to truckee2040.com, and everything is right under the documents page. That's all I've got. Sorry it was so long. That is our EIR in 32 slides.
Jenna, thank you so much. That was an amazing distillation, and there is a lot more. So I know we're not going to go into
every single detail tonight, but I'm sure we're going to have some questions. And I guess I would start by encouraging everyone to take Jenna up on her offer to, have one-on-one conversations to really dig into the EIR. I know I'll definitely be taking you up on that as well. So with that, I'm going to move us into clarifying questions. We'll then open public comment and come back to any discussion that we would like to have. I will start with you, Vice Mayor Romack. Do you have any clarifying questions? Again, recognizing this is not the only time to ask questions or to provide any feedback.
Yeah, thank you, Jenna. Your first few slides on the EIR process was one of the most clear, concise tellings I've ever heard of that, so I really appreciate that. Great job. I know this isn't the kudos portion, but kudos for that. Also, the numbers you're breaking down comparing 2025 to 2040 are great, and I think really help us understand. This is digging into the plan slightly, but there's two tables in here, one at the beginning that speaks to existing population. That puts us at 33,000, and it's just based on 2.54 people.
Sure.
And so I was curious if you could speak to that. And the reason is because a number we're hearing a lot from folks is this 50,000 population. And I see that number here, but when you look at tables later, it's a much different number.
Right. So I'm not sure where the 50,000 number is coming from. I suspect it's taking 2.54 times 19,000.
Exactly.
And what that's not accounting for is our roughly 55% vacancy in the town, which has, sometimes it's 54, sometimes it's 55, sometimes it's higher, but it's kind of hovered for many years at about 55, and that's not taking into account that. So, that's looking at sort of absolute maximum build out if everybody moved to Truckee and there were no second homes and no vacancies. We don't think that that's not where the EIR is landing. And even that larger number is, again, kind of looking at a more conservative outlook on future build out. One thing to understand is that build out really looks at worst case scenario, that if every property in the town of Truckee were to build out at its maximum capacity, what would that look like? What we know, and we just did the community development report a couple weeks ago at council, we know that that's not actually what happens. Not everybody builds out, not everybody builds out at a maximum capacity. So what that number reflects is more of what we anticipate based on historic patterns in the town.
Let me just add to that 50,000 number for capacity assumes beyond 2040. Like, we will not hit that in 2040, but if you were to assume that maximum capacity, that is the number. It's just well beyond 2040, and we don't put a number on that. It's 2045, 2050, it's out there.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I appreciate that clarification, and hopefully, I know public has asked questions around that number, so. And then just the other question on the request about an extension to go to a 60-day public comment period. What would that mean for our timeline? What does that mean for staff? Just kind of try to understand the ramifications.
We don't exactly know what it would do, but I would say, based on the discussions we've had in the last week, it would probably push adoption and potential certification back to January. In part because right now we're kind of end of November, and I think we all recognize that if we spill over into December, there's typically one meeting, people are on holiday, focused elsewhere, not a lot is typically accomplished in the month of December, especially as you get into the later month. So it would likely mean we would fold into early 2023.
Thank you.
That's based on sort of what we understand to be the timeline in place today, which is already pretty tight in terms of the consultant's ability to put together the responses to comments. If depending on what your council decides tonight, we can turn around on Thursday and check in with them at our weekly meeting and see what it would really mean.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my clarifying questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad, any clarifying questions?
Yeah. On the greenhouse gas emissions, of course. It doesn't sound like the state has any requirements that this general plan meet its 2045 goals. I just want to
That's
double check.
my understanding, is that the state recognizes that, I mean, the state overall isn't meeting its 2045 goals from the analysis in the plan. I think we have the option to decide how we want to address that. And I think to some degree, when we talked through the climate action plan a couple weeks ago, you said we'd like to do more regular monitoring. We would like to stay more on top of technological advances so that if there are things happening, we can adjust our policies based on that, and that we might be more aware of how close or not close we are to our later targets.
Hence the target of the climate action plan update every 5 years rather than every 10 years in order to capture some of those new opportunities and hopefully get closer to that target.
Right.
And so then I guess the same thing could be said with the VMT. Right now, we're not going to hit that target, but there could be, again, if we're monitoring and we're doing updates to it, we could potentially get closer. So what specifically would be the update that we would make? Would it be to the mobility element? And are we planning to do that?
You could do an update to the mobility element, but that's a general plan amendment, which we don't do all that often, at least for elements. More likely, we would update the thresholds of significance for VMT, which we've already done twice, I think, right, Becky? Twice since 2020? We did one, we adopted them, and then we did an update just a couple months ago. So that could be part of the approach that we take to getting closer to our VMT threshold, is doing more regular updates to the threshold so that we can say, here's what's working, here's what's not, here's where we want to be, recognizing that we're still falling short. That's our discretion.
Okay. And then as it relates to utilities, water and sewer treatment, again, we don't have any jurisdictional control over those, but yet we are held accountable for those impacts in this EIR. So is there anything that we can or should amend in order to acknowledge that or address that?
I believe in the text of the EIR, it does walk through all of the different agencies and sort of acknowledges this is a separate government. This is not the town.
Because it's not in the analysis. But
right.
in the actual
Yes.
text.
Yeah. There's a lot of narrative about TTSD and TSA, or TTSA, I'm botching them. Oh my gosh, airport, everybody that's involved in providing services, it's all in there. And it does acknowledge that they are separate from the town, but there are policies also in our land use element that require us to coordinate on future development. So we can't just kind of operate in a bubble. We actually have to reach out and make sure that services are available that
will serve letters.
Right.
To the school district, to all the other agencies. So they have to see the plans for the development and acknowledge that they have the capacity to accommodate the growth that will generate.
Right. And then our general plan has also been forwarded to all of them about a month ago with an overview of what's proposed, inviting them to comment on our general plan, not just the EIR.
Okay, so they've got both the EIR and the general plan as well. Okay, and so then that same acknowledgement transfers to, say, the noise evaluation and assessment, because the noise is coming from the railroad, from Highway 80, and from the airport. And none of those of which we have any control over or ability to manage or mitigate.
Yeah, I mean, all three of those contribute to kind of our baseline noise condition.
Yeah.
And we don't really have any control over either, any of those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
For maybe all of the impacts that are significant and unavoidable, I think you said us because the mitigation in the plan is too uncertain for us to predict whether it would be significant or not.
It's It's programmatic, so it's not getting into specifics like a project level mitigation would, such as you shall build a sound wall of 18 feet tall to mitigate your noise impact. I'm making that up. We wouldn't do that here. It doesn't get into that level of specificity, and because the project isn't known, it can't get into that level of specificity. It's like a chicken before the egg kind of a thing. That's a terrible analogy, but that's why a lot of the conclusions are, we don't definitively know that everything we're doing will effectively reduce that impact. So we conclude significant and unavoidable. It's more common to see that in a general plan than in a project. Like with a development project, you might have one, maybe two significant and unavoidables. You definitely could have more, especially in light of the cumulative impacts in a general plan EIR.
So when we get to the project and we do have this certainty, then it may be an avoidable significant impact, and the project developer is going to have to mitigate.
Potentially. Or your council and commission can say, I think we still need to do more on the noise front. There's more that we can do, and you can add language in there. It may still result in a significant and unavoidable, but you've actually identified something that you believe is feasible that you can allocate budget toward in a future work program and say, here's what we want to do. And it may still not get us there, but it's more than what we're doing currently. That is permissible.
Right. So that means when we get to the project, the mitigation that we couldn't impose because of the uncertainty, we can now impose because we know what the impact would be and how we can mitigate it.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Though it does need to be feasible.
Yeah.
That is another part of CEQA where you can't necessarily impose a condition on a developer that is so infeasible that they can't even do it. It has to be sort of realistic.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the point that it's not the programmatically unavoidable impact is not forever unavoidable. When we get down to project level, it could be avoidable. We just have to wait until we get there.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, potentially, right. And that would apply on the 85% VMT. Too much uncertainty at the programmatic level, but not necessarily at the project level.
Right. You may be able to get to say a 15% reduction, or I'll use the backward math, 85% average in a project through a variety of mitigation measures, and that may be okay. But big picture, we still collectively have, more VMT than we would like at that time.
Okay. Yeah. And then, did you say with the new state housing laws, that comes into the cumulative impacts analysis, and we find unavoidability under a cumulative analysis because of the state housing laws?
I mean, in part, I think what I was trying to convey, and I apologize if I didn't do that very well, we used to have sort of an ability to decide where housing worked on a case-by-case basis and where it didn't. And in large part because there might be specific impacts or land use incompatibilities. That has largely gone away. If our general plan allows housing as one of the 18 different allowed uses in that designation, we now have to allow housing in that designation.
But yeah, Councilmember Zabriskie, to answer your question, at the project level, these are, as Jenna said, CEQA invisible, but we have to account for them on the cumulative level. All these projects that we can't say no to and can't do anything about. So yes, you're correct. Your formulation's correct.
Okay. And then my last question comes back to our capacity discussion, development capacity. And you mentioned part of the reason that 50,000 is incorrect is because we're at about 55% of our housing is part-time housing. So I want to give you a hypothetical because I'm curious about topographical limitations on construction. If I have 5 acres zoned at 5 units per acre, but 4 of the acres are greater than 30% slope, steeper than 30%, does that mean I can put 25 units on the 1 remaining acre?
I mean, what our policies say to do is, we certainly don't want to lose density, right? I mean, excuse me, I'm talking way too much.
Well, I don't know. I would say everybody.
We don't want to lose our density. So what our policies say to do
Yeah.
in our current general plan is you would kind of shift those units to the flatter portion of the property. And you may still go into sort of the 15 to 20% slopes with very little oversight. Beyond the 20, there is greater discretion that's granted to our planning commission and potentially council to decide the appropriateness of that. Beyond 30%, we sort of have a prohibition on housing, especially if you can put it in the flatter part of the site. So I won't say exactly how many units, but our framework says we don't want to lose the units, but we want to put them where it's just more environmentally appropriate.
Okay, using that same hypo, if there's a 50-foot height limit, you can't go higher than three stories. Those are going to be pretty small units in order to build 25.
They could be.
Yeah.
And in some cases, that's where the intersection of different general plan policies come together. You might lose some units on a particular project that's, for whatever reason, there's an impact or a viewshed issue. But in another project, you may gain units that's more appropriate for extra housing. So sometimes our policies will, I don't know what the right word is, collide,
Right.
maybe.
Yeah, so you can collide, yeah.
And it's up to the decision makers to balance those priorities because you'll have competing priorities. And really what's happening with the state is they're kind of trying to reduce that collision and kind of stomp it down and really say, housing is the priority. And so what we're trying to do is still maintain some of that control over what some of our local priorities are. But, it's becoming more difficult. The state has said, housing is a crisis. And so it takes actions, severe actions to resolve that.
I'll just point out, as a longtime CEQA watcher, and Jan, you might remember some of this too, up until recently, it's been unusual for the state to use CEQA as a tool of kind of social policy. They did that with the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics, just did a legislative exemption. But housing is the first area where the state has really taken an organized approach in saying, yes, it's not that we don't care about the environmental effects, but this is so important that we're not going to look at the environmental effects. And that's unusual in the almost 50-year history of CEQA. This is kind of a sea change in how it's being dealt with.
So, putting those aside, just under our town ordinances, after we reduce that development capacity because we recognize so much of the housing is part-time, what's the next greatest limitation on the amount of our housing? I mean, okay, if we're at 50,000 population, but over half of our housing means we're really at 25,000, what would limit our population further? What kind of development constraints?
Probably the cost to construct,
Okay.
which is sort of
All right, the economics of it.
I don't know. I mean, does anyone else want to chime in?
It's not the topography. Okay.
I mean, I will say most of the easy land use decisions have already been made. What's left are the steeper areas, the environmentally sensitive areas, the protected, the historic resources. I mean, fill in the blank, all the sections we just talked in detail about, but it's probably construction, costs, and labor.
Okay, thank you. Great, thanks.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to add that I think some of our development standards, when you look at building out individual sites, collectively also contribute to.
Is your mic on?
It says it's on, but it's.
They're not hooked up over there because we have these.
Okay. I think collectively those add to that kind of reduction in density. So, for example, we've been looking at projects in the rail yard, and in order to meet the height restrictions, some of the other development standards, they're not coming in at a maximum density.
Snow storage.
Snow storage, that's a big one.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you, Danielle. Okay, let's turn over to this side. Vice Chair Tarnay, would you like to start with any clarifying questions?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you. Really quickly, what I had interrupted you about was there appears to be one item
that is labeled as SU under the significance before mitigation, and all the other ones are S. So that 4.5.1 is SU before mitigation. Is there a difference in that, or is that a typo?
No, it just means that it's out of the gate significant and unavoidable.
Okay.
So
there is a difference in that specific area, that it is more significantly.
Yeah, there's like nothing you can do. It's already significant and unavoidable. And in this case, it's because it's a historical resource.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that's the one you're referring to?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, historical resource pursuant. Yeah. Okay. Just a couple other questions. I was trying to clarify what you had said when you were talking about including the mandates in the general plan, and then I couldn't understand if you had said yes, there's different wording in what you consider a mandate, or no, there isn't.
There is policy language that is mandatory, and then there's policy language like what we talked about tonight that's I call aspirational.
Okay.
Encourage the following versus shall do the following. Those are different in our plan.
And that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
The mandates are the shall do wording versus the, I haven't gone back to do there was sort of a boiled down of what is shall do and what is aspirational, because I cannot recall off the top of my head.
Yeah, the EIR talks through, will cite specific policies that are mandatory in the narrative.
Okay. That's a harder question. I'll come back. Previously, when you were going over the process for the EIR, you said the final includes the comments. The final includes the comments, but also edits that it may trigger, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not just captured in the comments, it actually can change the document itself.
Yes, if there's errors or changes that are made, that's captured in the final version of the EIR and the response to comments.
Great. And then, I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with the toxic air contaminants. I'm sorry, did you say those were from diesel mostly?
Predominantly from diesel engines and the emissions. There's some others in there, but diesel is the predominant one.
Currently driving a diesel vehicle in my daily life. So one quick question. We have an 11-acre deficit for industrial. Would it help to raise that floor area ratio for any of the existing industrial? Or does that not help because they need the outdoor space for storage? Does that make sense?
It could. It probably won't get you all the way. If your objective is to get to the 11 acres, it likely won't, in part because a lot of it's already redeveloped. I'm sorry, it's already developed, and to redevelop would probably need quite a bit of incentive language. And then also because a lot of our industrial users do need outdoor space.
Okay.
But we do have an increase in this draft plan, so it goes from 0.2 to 0.35.
Right, I do remember that, yeah. And I just, if we threw it up to 0.5, does that help? Like, I keep hearing we need industrial, and I mean, is that a big difference to us between 0.35 and 0.5? Is that something we should consider? So I'm just wondering if that would actually help, but it sounds like maybe is the answer. Really quickly, I know that this is past, but you brought it up today. You were talking about the CAP, the Climate Action Plan. Didn't we discuss and all sort of say that we want that to be edited to include more measures to try and get us to our town 2040 goal? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Because as it is now, like, it is going to be changed before it's in its final form.
It could, yes. And the EIR was prepared in advance of that policy discussion from a couple weeks ago. So it doesn't acknowledge the language and direction that we heard from that discussion.
Okay, and then does the EIR have to be amended then if that climate action plan is amended?
Not necessarily, because it sounds like the direction we're hearing is increased measures to reduce emissions. If it were the opposite, where we were saying, don't worry about that, we're gonna, then we would need to potentially revise the EIR.
Okay, thank you so much. That was the most of my questions. I have one more slightly awkward question about the streamlining, and you can get back to me on this, but I'm just curious as to what that applies to, again, when we were talking about the transportation element or the mobility element, and we had all these things in there as plans, whereas to me, they aren't approved plans, so they're potential plans. Like, it doesn't approve all those plans, those what are called plans in there for, for more roads, for the Trout Creek Road or whatever. Is that included in the streamlining? Did that make sense?
Can I help a little bit? I think it's possible to do environmental analysis of a project or program, in this case, that hasn't been fully approved. You can still do the environmental review. It doesn't commit the town to doing those things, but if the town ever does go to do those things, like the road expansion, the environmental review will already have been done.
So it does excuse that road from performing an environmental review in the future if it's included as a plan.
Well, if the environmental impact analysis has already been done, but to the extent that there are project-specific impacts that have not been reviewed in an earlier document because they weren't known or because the parameters of the project have changed, then you probably would have to do some kind of project-level environmental review at the time. And CEQA, by the way, I'll just point out, CEQA encourages you to do environmental review early. It encourages you to do environmental review as soon as you know enough about what the project is that you can do the review. So the strategy of tiering off of an earlier document is not new and it's not novel, and it's specifically encouraged by CEQA. But nothing in this it specifically commits the town to doing some of those projects that you're talking about. It's just a way of getting some of the environmental review done early.
Doesn't commit the town. But it gives, doesn't that eliminate one of those areas of public input that you would have when that specific project comes up?
Well, I mean, I would say that the public has had a lot of chances to provide input on the general plan, much more greater public involvement and engagement on the general plan as a whole than on any single project. But also, the public will have a chance to provide input at the time that the town council and maybe the planning commission are looking at specific projects in the future and deciding whether or not to do them. And the public will always have a chance to weigh in on whether they should be done, and indeed what level of environmental review should be undertaken at the time.
But you're right, there are some sections of CEQA that tie our hands in terms of not doing additional CEQA, like where we are prohibited from actually doing CEQA.
Right,
and that's articulated in the statute and the guidelines.
Yeah, and that comes up less often with town projects than it does with private development projects. So for example, if there's a development project that has been largely reviewed in an earlier environmental document, like the general plan EIR or a specific plan EIR, sometimes it'll happen that people in the community might have concerns about the project and might want to have a lot of environmental review done at the time the project is being approved. But CEQA says you're not supposed to do duplicative environmental review. You're not supposed to do superfluous or unnecessary environmental review. Mm-hmm. So that's an example where that's actually where it comes up most often, that there might be concern about a project, but if the environmental review was already done, then we're not supposed to do it again.
So my follow-up question to this is then specific. There were specific roads listed in our mobility element that have not been through town council approval. Are they then exempted from further CEQA studies because they have been included in here despite the fact that they are not approved?
What do you mean they haven't been approved? Like a roadway extension? Or maybe I'm not understanding.
I'd have to go back to my notes from the mobility element, but I actually asked the question then as well.
Okay. So it's like the third Tahoe Donner connector.
That's where I was getting at.
Yeah.
But I think there were 2 or 3 other roads in there, but one of them was also something that we all said we were not interested in, which was widening the road over by the Rayleighs as well. But that was something that was included in there as a plan. And so that's my question. Does that
There would
then
be
become
there would be
exempted
a
from CEQA
project
study?
level environmental document that would look at all the particulars of an expansion or a widened roadway.
But they were all included in this, so they're all exempt. You
There
can't
wouldn't be. I
duplicate.
mean, there would be biological surveys, there would be a lot of additional project level work that would happen with that would not have been done under this document. Like a plant survey to understand if there's a sensitive plant species. That is not done as part of this document.
But a plant survey is not addressing the inherent.
Jenna, he's got some added information.
Well, I mean, just as an example, if we're talking about the Pioneer Trail extension, the one that would connect Todd Honor, so we're actually going through a process on that right now. It's been paused, but it's in the existing general plan, but we are doing project development. We are doing those baseline studies, and that feeds into what kind of environmental document we do. We'll likely do something like a mitigated neg deck if we're finding through the studies that there's no potential for an environmental impact. We could do a notice of exemption. So it doesn't just automatically, for each project, we go through some sort of environmental review. It might be, if it's just a maintenance project, it's a notice of exemption. A lot of times, the larger projects will do something a little bit more, but we definitely do the baseline studies, and those are what are used to determine whether or not we need to do additional environmental review. So like cultural resource evaluations and the biological studies and the traffic studies.
Okay, I think, let's talk about it offline. Thank you. I'm done. That's it. Yep.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley.
I'm really tired, so I'm a little.
Understandable.
Bear with me. I have a question about, maybe Andy Morris can answer this. If there are any precedents for self-mitigated plans?
Yes, this has been done before. I can't point you to a specific example, but we did discuss this at length with both the consultants and with my former colleague Alicia, who's our outside CEQA counsel, and we are satisfied that this is not treading new ground, or breaking new ground, I should say.
And then I had a question about, and I'm just going to ask the questions I have. I do know that we have people who probably want to comment, but I'll get it out now. Impact 4.9-5 about the land uses, its hazards and hazardous materials, about a project within an airport land use plan, why it's less than significant when we know full well that we're all at great risk of living in close proximity to an airport. It's like feedback or something. Are you able to answer that, or someone?
I think someone can. I'm not sure.
Well, I can offer a general thought.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing might be, you could think of it as looking at the impact of the environment on the project rather than the project on the environment. There's been some case law holding that, like, if you want to build something next to a garbage dump, you don't look at the impacts of the existing environment, i.e. the garbage dump, on the people who might live or work at the project. It only works the other way. You have to look at the impacts of your project on the surrounding environment and the environment generally, but not looking at it in the other direction.
So proposing a project now in an area that would be impacted by the airport as opposed to existing projects within the scope of the airport?
Right, you don't look at the impact of the environment, in this case the airport, on the project. You only look at the impact of how your project is going to affect the environment. So when the airport was built, or if the airport wanted to expand their runways or tinker with their master plan to have a lot more flights, then they would have to look at the impacts of those increased flights on the environment, both built and natural.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the clarification. I had some comments and thoughts on the population conversation. I had looked at the briefing book not too long ago, and I know the numbers in the briefing book for capacity were quite high. It was like the 47,000, 49,000. So I think that is a place where people have been referencing. I also think this whole notion, we can look at this in so many different ways, but the kind of 50% full-time, 50% vacation, second homes. The reality is the people are here. They might not live here all the time, but they're still here. And as many of us see, I see the homes that are empty some of the times or less empty than they used to be. So what I'm trying to wrap my head around is it doesn't make any sense for us to stick our heads in the sand and say, oh, we're only going to look at the impact of half that number because that's the population of people who live here full time. Our community is totally impacted by full occupancy, much more often than not, much more often than it used to be. We used to have a shoulder season. Many of us lived here during a shoulder season. Restaurants would close, people would take a vacation. That doesn't happen anymore. And that's because people are here more often than they used to be. We also have regional impacts, the impacts of Marta's Camp, Lahontan, Schaefer's Mill, North Star, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm really struggling with this whole, we're going to look at this from this lens of the 2.5, 50%. I just think that's really disingenuous and not accurately assessing the impacts that this region has, both from full-time people and from our vacation second home population.
Well, and CEQA does look at worst case scenario. I mean, it does look at a conservative number. I think what you're seeing in the different numbers, and you're right, they have changed from the briefing book. Yeah. We've made changes. I mean, even more recently, slight tweaks to some of our numbers. We've caught a few minor errors in a sense work that have resulted in some slight tweaks. So the numbers in the EIR, we believe, are correct. EIRs do look at a more conservative picture. That being said, we do understand that we don't, like we always say, we don't want to plan for Christmas break to build our roads. I mean, so we want to look at worst case scenario, but we also want to understand what is realistic. What do we think will happen with build out? How do we want to design our policy? I mean, it all relates, but I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And then I had another question, and I think it helps inform this process. What control does the hospital have over their growth area? They've identified this master plan area. How hands-off is that from the decision-making bodies, or what does that relationship look like? I think that is important for us to understand both impacts of development, what types of development, what's realistic, what's not, how much of a say. I kind of get this sense, listening to some of the dialogue, that there is a sense that there's a lot more control over what we can and can't do, and I kind of feel like that's just not accurate. I think we kind of pigeonhole ourselves. We create these zonings and densities, and then we might second guess ourselves, and then we go back and we say, why did we do that? And then we're told it's too late, you've already assigned this. It's a takings. So I want to be very transparent and upfront at this point before we've signed the documentation. And I think looking at the hospital master plan area is an important place to focus.
So we are not including the hospital master plan in our EIR or our general plan. Though what I will say is we have properties that the hospital owns in the gateway focus area that we will be making decisions on at a land use designation perspective. So the hospital does have a master plan. There is an application in with us now. It is pretty speculative at this point to say what will happen with it. The council back in the fall decided not to include it in the general plan. Right. So it'll be moving along at a separate pace than the general plan. But we do have control over the land use designations that we put in place for the entire gateway area, which encompasses their campus. Does that answer your question?
For the most part, okay. I think what concerns me is that the hospital's intent, direction, desires are not in line perhaps with what the community would like or thinks they might be getting, or part of the Innovate Gateway, or part of GPAC, or part of this general plan process. So that's where I kind of see, and I speak to this a lot, the kind of operating in a silo or a vacuum of we're just not communicating in an open way so that we all really understand what the outcomes are most likely to be.
I mean, there will be a master plan process that they are requesting through the town of Truckee.
Yeah.
And there will be, similar to other master planned communities, plenty of opportunities for public involvement. And the hospital itself, I believe, has also done an outreach process, though we didn't have any role in that, and I'm not really sure what it looked like. And or who participated. But there will be opportunity through us because they will be asking for entitlements from the town.
Right. And my concern is that what the hospital is going to be asking for is not really what the community vision for that area might be, and that tension and I don't want to say conflict, but just not in alignment is all.
Okay.
So I thought I would share that. The other thing I wanted to say before I'm done is I am supportive of the 60, and not that I don't know that you care what we think about the 60-day request. I am supportive. We are height of summer. Again, you spoke about the holiday issue and that. Well, this, I think a lot of the reason why people aren't here is because they're on vacation. We're about to come back to school. People are taking advantage of that. If we can give people more opportunity to weigh in rather than keep it at the 45-day, I think we should do that. It's only 15 days extra. So that's my...
Thank you.
I agree with that. Can I just add one note as we're talking about population? So we do get sewer flow data. We were getting it weekly throughout the pandemic, and now we get it about once a month. And they compare back to 2019 each year. So we watch that to get a sense of what's happening in town for a number of reasons. But it's really trending and showing that we are about consistent with pre-pandemic numbers. So that's just one metric. It's not a full, proof method of calculating that, but it's not necessarily supporting that people that relocated here maybe during the pandemic stayed here, or that came to use second home stayed longer than the closure. So it's something we'll continue to monitor, but when we think about population, that is a metric we have that's not supporting a change to that 50% second home.
And I get that, and I appreciate having this metric, and I kind of come from the standpoint, I've spoken to this before, less about the numbers and more about the experience. It's kind of like, well, you've been in a place long enough to know, well, there's far more people on the street, in the restaurants. Like, 2 years ago, pre-pandemic, I could go to a restaurant on a Thursday and I could get a seat. Now I can't. Now I got to make a reservation 2 months out. So I feel like there's kind of the experiential, there's the data or the numbers. It's kind of like the vehicle, like the the level of service thing. Like, okay, well, I know I've been waiting here a lot longer than I ever have. So it's just kind of anecdotal. But thank you. I appreciate it.
I have just maybe one or two questions / comments. So you made a few comments in a few places where, the EIR for the 2025 plan also showed these significant and unavoidable impacts that was sort of already being shown. So this isn't necessarily new. I feel like I caught it for some of the aesthetics. Are there other specific areas that you could just say, yes, we were already seeing these as significant and unavoidable? One of them was existing visual character. I guess that's still in aesthetics, but...
I think air quality and noise, Danielle, you may remember, certainly not greenhouse gas emissions, tribal cultural resources, and wildfire, because those are all brand new, and they were not in our 2025 EIR. Possibly bio.
Okay.
and maybe transportation, but I can't, sorry, I haven't looked at that EIR
that's
in a while.
helpful. No, that's great.
We can get you that answer.
Okay, that's perfect.
That's actually an easy answer.
And then I know we've talked a little bit related to the air quality component. Is that at all impacted by things like vehicle and building electrification? And we have goals related to that, and all that is all taken into account at different levels of electrification, or how is that?
The air quality would look at the thresholds that, or the targets that we have set for that particular use, and it'll include it in their modeling. It looks at all of that. It's not only what it looks at. I mean, there's also wood stoves, particulate matter,
Primary heating fuel sources.
It gets released into the air. I'm not reentrainment of dust, right? Sorry. There's a lot of factors that go into that, but certainly our goals toward creating, cleaner energy, using less energy, will factor into that.
Okay. And then I love this table. I find to be very helpful, just personally, especially the row on the difference in build-out projections, to sort of understand what was already in the 2025 general plan, where are we going? And then you have another really good table, the table 2, just in the staff report. And I'm wondering if, and maybe it's someplace and I just haven't seen it, but I would love to see this different in build-out projection from the 2025 general plan to the different alternatives. I mean, I guess we can add it up and back it out right now.
Yeah.
Right, but sort of seeing that same type of comparison, so I can say, okay, there's 794 residential units, between 2025 and 2040 as planned, but what does it look like, for example, in, alternative 3 or alternative 4?
So this is directly taken from the project description section, so chapter 3 of the EIR. And then table 2 in the staff report is taken from the alternatives chapter, which is chapter 6 or 7.
Okay.
Isn't it all?
And that's where your homework assignment is. Don't
Doesn't this
forget
have
your homework
everything?
assignment.
Shows all the different alternatives.
Environmentally superior
and what their
alternative, which one is it?
numbers are.
Is it
Yeah,
labeled as such?
There's a discussion.
So it does have what?
So if I do a word search in my PDF
Yes. Someone could easily pick out the answer tonight.
See it right here.
We're smart.
There you go.
It is on the table.
Winner.
Okay, those are the only questions and comments that I had. So with that, let's move to opening public comment for the couple of folks left in the room tonight. So if you would like to step up to the podium.
Am I right?
And please,
Please go up to the podium so that anyone watching can hear you as well.
Jesus. Thank you so much, Jenna, for your time during the break. You said this would be dry, but I was sick on the first meeting, but I think if we knew the score at the beginning, unless I missed something here, if you brought this document out in the beginning, in the first meeting, and shared it with the public, maybe the spirit of Truckee would be back in the room. Because that's what we're missing. We're missing the spirit of Truckee in here, and the culture and the basis of the foundation of what this was built on, and those folks who got us to this point. Or the other way to look at it is the last 2 people in the community on the citizen side, maybe that's the percentage of what's left of the culture of the community with the new Truckee being built, which that's a very sad thing. So we will only find out as time comes on, because I would think that the folks who prior that came to town, they've probably never taken part in the process of being part of their community. It's become numb to them, just like many things. So we need to take that into account as well. I'd ask that when you're making these decisions, that you guys make sure that you chew your food and swallow it before you take another bite. I think it's very important to do that as we move forward. And, possibly another way, because people want things that are less friction. Why are they not here? Maybe you take your public comments to the meta world. Maybe you take it to Zoom. So it's not channel 18, or it's not just the live stream. There's many other ways to deliver your messages to the community, because those people are the ones that are living here. That's probably another way for them to communicate with you folks. Because I truly don't believe the spirit of the Truckee is just the last two people sitting in this room here today. And in closing, thank you everybody for all your hard work. I appreciate it. It's acknowledged. I see it, from the General Planning Commission to the town of Truckee to our town council. I wish there was a place in here where we could say, man, what can we do with the town council? This is not a volunteer job. I'm sorry. This is a full-time job. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't getting paid. Okay? I think that you guys should be paid for your job. I think there should be a single elected position, and I think that the mayor should actually be a single elected position as well. And that you guys should be compensated for your time. So with the town of Truckee changing, I ask that that changes as well. And give the chief some more money, because he needs to take care of this town, because we got issues.
Thank you, Mr. Haas.
You put him up to it.
I didn't.
You sure?
I'm certain. You can ask him.
Good evening, everybody. Sophia Heydrich, Mountain Area Preservation. Thanks to everyone for sticking through it. I know this is a lot of work, and I can see how diligently everyone is really diving into the issues and asking intelligent questions. And I know that you do this because it's a labor of love. I have a couple of comments tonight, and I'm going to try to keep it high level. There's a lot going on in a draft EIR, and so I don't want to get too far into the weeds here. I would first like to reiterate a request made by our executive director last week to extend the public comment period from 45 days to 60 days. It's already been mentioned that we're on summer break. Also, I think there's just a lot of information and a lot of documents that are available for public consumption right now as part of this planning process. So just a few more days to kind of really sit down, digest what's in the plan, provide meaningful comments, I think would go a long way for the community. Second, a general comment that I have about the draft EIR is that a lot of the policies that I saw cited were actually some of those aspirational and more kind of ambiguous goals and policies. I saw a lot of encourage and a lot of the support and a lot of the promote, and I don't see the associated actions that go along with that to say, how are we going to encourage and promote and support and incentivize. There were also the require policies that was included as well, but I just think that there's kind of a step that's missing here, and that's just the implementation side, the how. And I think that given that this is a self-mitigating plan, it's really important to know how things will be implemented, because it's these policies and these actions that are actually going to mitigate to the levels that we're seeing identified here under CEQA, excuse me. I am a little concerned about the self-mitigating plan, and to be perfectly fair, I've never seen one before, and I have some research to do on that myself. I know that a monitoring plan can be cumbersome, but it is kind of how we follow along in the process, and we know how we're making progress towards implementation of the mitigation measures. Without that there, I'm concerned that some of these policies and action items won't be implemented at all. I don't know how we follow that and how we make sure that that's happening. And then finally for tonight, I have noticed some inconsistencies in the sources and the data that's been cited in the draft EIR. These could be clerical errors, but for example, in some areas of the plan or of the draft EIR, it does say that there are 2.54 people per dwelling. That's sort of the assumption. And then in some places it says there are 2.48 people per dwelling. I don't know where that inconsistency came from, but I do think, again, just kind of it's just really important that we go back, make sure that we're citing the information accurately, and that we're using the best available information to make the decisions that, the very important decision that you all have ahead of you. And then finally, just because I have 15 seconds on the population stuff tonight, you're correct. There were some different numbers in the briefing book. We did take the 19,000 times it by the 2.54, got just over 49,000 people. I understand that the assumption is not that the full plan will be built out, but I don't think that cutting that number in half really acknowledges the changes that we're experiencing in this community, and it doesn't account for the work that we're doing towards workforce housing. I hope that there's a higher percentage of workforce housing and people living full-time here in Truckee when this plan is built out than there are today. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Okay, so with that, we don't have anyone else from the public left. JD, as you said, you're our last standing two here. So we will close public comment and move into any other just comments or sort of burning items you may have wanted to state tonight. And again, we can all continue to provide our written public comments, and Jenna has graciously offered to meet with everyone, you know, one-on-one to go through the 500 plus pages of this very important document. Didn't you offer that? One-on-one?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So any other burning issues or items that you would like to bring up? Councilmember Zabriskie.
Oh, no, not now that I know we're going to go through 500 pages.
Okay,
by
maybe not
ourselves.
line by line.
No, no, I still don't. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
I just want to thank JD for his comments. That was awesome.
Yeah, where'd he go?
I also, in all seriousness, really appreciate your comments, Sophia. They've always been really concise and well thought out. I very much so look forward to some time with Danielle and or Jenna. I'm good.
Vice Mayor Romack.
Yeah, thank you, JD and Sophia, for your comments. Sophia's comments about, you know, ensuring that the language within our policies is strong, and I know that's come up. That was definitely something with the self-mitigating plan, I think, for all of us as we're going through everything and thinking back to each element to ensure that the policies and actions are strong enough to meet the goals and policies that we want. So that's all homework from us. I have some other, questions and stuff I look forward to going through with Jenna more in depth as I started to just look through it all. And then, you know, I think we're all open to always having additional conversations with members of the public who may be watching now outside of these meetings. So we get it. Night times maybe are tricky, but this isn't the only time you can talk to us. I know we all have email addresses and phones, so I would encourage folks to reach out. I was also just thinking maybe there would be an opportunity for some coffees that we've had in the past, maybe depending on coffee talks. Yeah, so that way maybe invite people to come talk with us in the mornings or something early September. So those are my last thoughts. I look forward to digging in even more into the EIR.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. Vice Chair Tarnay.
This is kind of a staff question, so, or a discussion, I don't know. There's a lot of discussion about the added density, 794 on top of what's there. But it's also sort of a directional change as well, is it not? Because what we have existing is a lot of single-family residence zoning, and then this 794 is trying to change that into a more dense, more walkable community. Is that correct, or?
That is largely correct. If you look at the breakdown in the EIR, and there is a table, and I don't know the number, it does show the number of single-family, which I think is on the order of 60, that would be proposed under 2040, and the remaining units are all multifamily. So it's certainly a larger percent of multifamily than what we have currently in Truckee today.
Okay, so I think that's kind of, if we're soliciting public input, that's where we kind of are asking, or, you know what I mean? Like, we have this existing 5,000 units, but is that the type of development that we're trying to move towards? So, yeah. I think that's all I have for now, but thank you so much. I really appreciate
this synopsis tonight. That was incredibly helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner Riley.
I was just curious if a decision could be made about the 60-day review period.
I think that's at council's discretion, but if they want to discuss it tonight, they can.
I think it's probably worth having a conversation and making a decision on, so we don't get too far down, I don't want to push that out necessarily, that decision. My fellow council members feel comfortable expressing their views on whether they want to stick with a 45-day comment period or push out to 60-day. I understand from we talked about it a little bit tonight, and then some conversations with staff that will push us out just past sort of our late November or so adoption goal to likely January of 2023. It delays, us moving to some of our implementation a little bit. It does provide an additional opportunity for public comment. I personally do wonder, and I think Council Member Pallavi expressed this, well, not that long ago. What's an additional 2 weeks or 2 months or 6 months? How is that going to actually change the type of public participation that we're seeing? I don't think any of us can really guess that. So I think there's pros and cons on both sides, and I would love to. We've heard the commissioners weigh in. I would love to hear my fellow council members weigh in. Councilmember Klofstad, I'll start with you just because I'm seeing you look at me. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's definitely pros and cons, and I'm not inclined to change the 45-day review period.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Romack.
Jenna, can I ask, so timeline, we understand it would push it back to January. What other staff time would be, do you see additional staff time being taken up by this extended period that you wouldn't be able to work on other projects that you might have? I guess that would be the other timeline question.
We've already kind of anticipated that once we start getting close to adoption and certification, we're going to be, Danielle and I, predominantly working on the general plan and the EIR. I think that the bigger issue is, can the consultant, if we extend it 60 days, can they respond within the same original time frame that we thought under a 45-day scenario? And we don't think that they can. In terms of meeting our September, October, and November timeframe. So that's, I think, right, Danielle, where we're thinking it would push it back. And even though it's only 15 days, those 15 days would be putting it pretty close to the holidays. And so we don't think that works, especially given everybody's schedules that would be affected. So that's why we tentatively said January, probably for adoption hearings.
Yeah, and I don't think we wouldn't want to be holding a meeting on December 27th to adopt it. That wouldn't be good for the community either.
Yeah. So it's probably not good for anybody, us or the community, and the consultants included. They're part of our team, and we have an attorney that's a CEQA practitioner, and we would need, there's just a lot of folks that I think we would want to be sure are all available and willing, and that 2 weeks could end up just pushing it back another month plus.
I think a piece of your discussion is that completely valid point that we're getting into holidays and how much are people going to be paying attention to this? How much of the momentum do you lose by that gap too, that you've built up to approving before the holidays, and then you take a break and then you're starting the conversation again? So there's that element as well to consider.
Okay, I think that was helpful from both of you, so thank you. So did you, I don't think you, did
No,
you?
I haven't.
Okay.
I didn't weigh in yet. I guess the concern I have with pushing the deadline farther is holding up staff from doing other important work, like I know hopefully we're talking below market rate housing program soon and starting that program. And so if extending this 15 days prohibits staff from doing other programs, That would be my biggest concern. I do know we've heard from the community for 15 extra days, so if it doesn't seem like, yes, we would lose momentum, but if it doesn't seem like it would prevent staff from getting some of the other things done, then I could support it to extending it.
I mean, that particular example wouldn't necessarily be impacted because that's a different division in the town that's working on the BMR program than what Danielle and I are working on, though there might be a little bit of, discussions or whatnot, but in large part, that's just different staff.
I think the one that comes to mind most immediately that would be potentially delayed is we made a commitment for the SB2 sites that we were aligning those with this process. So there may be a developer or two waiting for this to get adopted and the rezoning to happen in order to get their projects going. It's up to the council if that month gap makes a difference or not, but there are at least one developer that's watching closely and waiting for that. So that's probably the most relevant thing that would get.
That's a great point. But you're right. I mean, in the grand context, it's month, maybe 6 weeks that would change.
So I'll just weigh in and say that, like Councilmember Clove said, I'm generally not supportive of extending it. I do think there are hypothetical benefits in that it could give our community some more time. On the flip side of that, all of our elements came out at the very beginning of June. And we said in that first meeting that our draft EIR would be out in early August. And we've had participation over the past 4 years, and I just don't personally see an extra 2 weeks completely shifting the paradigm that we see here tonight. I would rather us move to adoption and then really hit the ground running in 2023 with moving towards implementation. I think that benefits our community potentially more than these extra couple of weeks where I don't feel confident that we're going to see a paradigm shift in participation. So I don't generally support extending it. And I apologize because Councilmember Zabriskie, I realize I didn't ask you, and I always go last as sort of a procedural.
That's fine.
So I apologize.
That's fine.
But I would love to hear your opinion, sir.
Well, I'm under the same burden as the general public. I got hit with all those elements at the same time, kind of feeling like it was late in the game to get everything all at once. And then the EIR did not come out when first expected. But whenever it came out with a 45-day period. So the regular comment period was certainly not shortened. It's just at a later date. There's pros and cons, as everyone else has said. And I haven't seen a lot of people come in and say they would provide comments if they only had more time. It's been mountain area preservation. Maybe there's been one or two other people, but across the board, I'm not seeing much public interest. So, given the countervailing reasons for holding to the 45 days persuades me to agree with my other council members.
Okay, so I think we have direction to stick to 45 days from the council.
So Danielle, could you just pop up that last slide, or second to last? And
I don't know if you need to formalize that in any other way.
No, just a reminder for Sophia, since she's the only one left. September 23rd. 5 p.m.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Okay.
Jen, I know you wanted a couple minutes at the end.
We do have a consent calendar to approve yet, but before we do, I just want to acknowledge you are now through all 7 of the elements of the EIR. You're going to get a chance to see them again, so it's just the first round, but it's kind of a milestone, and Yes.
It is.
Good job. The commitment you've had to make as elected and appointed officials to be here. We've had 3 meetings a month all summer long. They're going fairly late in addition to your regular work, so thank you for that. And then, of course, Jenna, Danielle, and your teams, and Becky, and all the other teams that have helped, but really led in the planning department. An unbelievable amount of work and a large hill to get up that we're almost there. So thank you for that great summary of the EIR. It was actually very interesting. It was not dry. And it's a talent to take a document of this size, EIR, general plan, and make it understandable to the community, because it's a big topic and it's challenging. So good job to all of you. Thank you. Now we can go to
Thank you, Jen. No, I really appreciate your words, and I think we echo that sentiment. Okay. So I am going to move immediately to consent and recognize that our commissioners are likely packing up and sneaking out. So for consent, we have a few items this evening. 7.1 are minutes from August 9th, 2022, closed session and regular meetings. 7.2, amending the local road safety plan to include Vision Zero language, see 1919. 7.3, purchase of LaRue D35 snow blower attachment. 7.4, appointment of Molly Moore and Carol Sesko as representatives to the Public Art Commission of Truckee. 7.5, grant applications for Reimagine Bridge Street, C1805. And 7.6, our approval of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Truckee Police Officers Association for the period July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2024. Approval of a budget amendment and adoption of an updated job classification list. Do I have any fellow council members who would like to pull a consent item this evening? None. And do I have any member of staff who would like to pull a consent item this evening? None. And we do not have any members of the public left with us.
Me now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Tornay stuck around. Commissioner Tornay, would you like to pull any consent items tonight?
I don't want to specifically pull it, but I want to say I 100% support adding the Vision Zero language to the local road safety plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tornay. Okay, with that, may I please have a motion to pass the consent calendar?
I move to pass the consent calendar.
Second.
And Councilmember Zabriskie seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Consent calendar passes unanimously. Thank you. And moving on promptly to council reports. Council Zabriskie.
I attended the Chiefs Advisory Committee meeting yesterday afternoon. Yesterday afternoon, thank you. And it ended up being I had a couple separate discussions items with the chief, but the advisory committee was updated on the investigative process on the Rodney case, not on any of the substantive aspects of the investigation, but just the phenomenal process they went through. And then this morning it was a meet and greet with county supervisors, which was nice. I was meeting several of them two of them for the first time, which was nice, in person rather than Zoom.
That is much nicer, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It was. And breakfast was good too.
Well, thank you for that. Councilmember Clustead.
I attended the same welcome reception. Yes, it was lovely.
Yeah.
And they had a successful meeting here. I would love to see them meet up here more often. I was thinking about the fact that they have roughly 24 meetings a year, maybe 22, and they only have one of them up here. So if anybody wants to, drop that hint.
They come up the night before, they go out for dinner, they dance, they party.
Don't tell my husband. I'm serving on the Kids Zone Advisory Committee to help them build their new museum. So I met with them last week and we're reviewing the RFPs. We have interviews this Friday. We're very excited. It's going to be a design build project. It's going to be very cool, so I'm excited about that, been enjoying that. And then lots of discussions with community members about the general plan and the EIR and where are we going and why and all of that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Roma.
I too attended the breakfast this morning and also appreciated talking with some Nevada County staff members just to get their take on various issues and items. Also, last week was at the Martis Valley Trail grand opening and the Tahoe Summit in the morning. It was the same day that President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Bill, so there was a lot of discussion on that.
Great.
And the White House climate advisor, Gina McCarthy, was the keynote speaker, and she was really inspiring of just the positive aspects that we are all going to be doing to mitigate against climate change. And I know that always doesn't sound positive, but the way she phrased it, if anyone has a chance to see her speak or go back and check the video, it just, you're like, yeah, let's do that. So I appreciated that, along with governors and senators and congresspeople were there as well.
I watched it online and the downpour was just phenomenal.
Yeah, it started raining too, which was great.
Okay, similarly to Councilmember Klubstad, I feel like a lot of my time has just been taken up with general plan related conversations, but two other exciting things I'll share. So I participated in a webinar on how 24/7 carbon data is shaping our tourism industries, and that was really interesting because we're just getting to the point where we're going to be rolling out our public dashboard really soon, and one of the other panelists is using the same organization and sort of back-end systems for their real-time carbon data to inform their policy and sort of strategic decisions for their buildings. So that was just wonderful and learned a lot. And they did record it, so it's available. And then the last few days I was at a energy-related conference, the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. So a lot of conversations there around how people are working on energy efficiency and decarbonization and equity and serving our underserved communities. And I think a lot of lessons learned to take back from that as well.
Send me the link.
I'll send you the link. Okay, well, thank you everyone for sticking with us tonight. Thank you to all of our staff who are still in the room this evening. It's a late one. And with that, I will adjourn us to our regular meeting of the Truckee Town Council on September 13th, 2022, and Planning Commission September 20th at Town Hall. And we are adjourned.
Great.
Woo!